that men are being taught, especially black men, are being taught to suppress their emotions. That BOK women often call them too weak, are too sensitive. So they hide those emotions, but they do act on their emotions. So, me myself, let me give a quick disclaimer for those who are new to my live. I don't rebut people. I don't really monologue a lot. I more so actually host more like a talk show. I want to hear from you guys on your thoughts. So whether you agree or disagree with someone, wait till open panel. Right now, we're just doing introduction. Um,
Can I finish with the second part as black men lazy?
Yeah. Go ahead and finish that one, and then we'll circle back to the third one after, because the other guests would like to introduce themselves.
Okay, no problem. So again, I also disagree with the black men are lazy. I think that, and again, my opinion, because the black men that I'm around, most of them work. I grew up in a family. I'm just talking about my family, my personal family. My grandfather, he owned his own business, took care of his whole family. Again, I'm speaking my grandfather. They grew up in the same household. My grandmother own property. Their kids work. His sons work for them. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on where you at in the environment where you could say certain black men are lazy. I think it's media. I think it's propaganda. And again, I think these are all slang terms when it's only used to diminish the credibility of black men and is used more in-house than out-house. So when I'm saying when you hear the black men is lazy or the black men is too emotional, a lot of these things is coming from in-house, not even coming from outside the house. Women are using, some women, but a lot of are using these terms and even on social media. It's like, okay, yes, we have certain issues, but when and again, I'm only speaking for me, and I know it's different in certain demographics apart, around the United States. But on average, like again, you got to also account everything that we've been under collectively, whether that's a homicide rate, prison, mental health, yada yada yada. So when I put all those numbers into factor, and whether the black man is lazy or not, I have to say emphatically, no, the black man is not lazy. Even the ones that's out here committing crimes, whether they selling drugs, busting scams, that's not laziness to me. I don't see no black man just sitting around twiddling his fingers like, yeah, I'm just gonna be a bum. Whether he's doing it legally or illegally, they're getting to the bag. So that's my opinion on that. Thank you.
Wow. Now that was mind-boggling. The Logan, I would like for you to hang out, wait till open panel so I can hear more. Also, so people can respond to you, but I ask all guests not to respond to him or not to respond to anybody until open panel. Um, Right now, I ask everyone to go ahead and share the live out. I will check. Logan, if you could share the live out to 10 people, any 10 people, you could press the screen or use the arrow at the bottom. So if everyone can share the live out, I will make sure. That is something that I encourage. Also, no profanity. I meant to put that on my prompt. When you guys use profanity, TikTok doesn't advertise the live as much and push it up as much. So let's tap the screen to 10K. And because I am a new creator, I do need it put out more. Some people, you go to their panel and curses because they've been on TikTok for years. I have not. So it's different for different panels. But let's get it to 10K. Thank you guys for 5K. And I will be checking to make sure everyone shared before open panel. Mika, welcome. If you can answer the first two questions without responding to anyone.
Okay, good morning, everyone. BRK men are too emotional. I believe that they are. I believe that they are a little more emotional than women, to be honest. Because they're triggered so easily. It's either their way or no way in most situations. They feel like they feel a sense of entitlement when they get involved with a woman. They again, it's either their way or no way. They try to put on this strong masculine mask when in actuality they want to be cuddled, and I hate to say it like that. I mean, I maybe I shouldn't say cuddled, but they want to be more vulnerable than they can be, or that they are. They feel like they have to be this strong masculine figure at all times. But in actuality, women see just how vulnerable that they are because of their behaviors and the way that they act. Um, as far as BLK men are lazy and can't provide, I believe that's unfortunately true. I believe that they are at a point of stagnation. They want to. I believe that they have given up on not only themselves but other BLK men as well. Because I feel like when they see another BLK man doing a little better than them, they try to belittle that, or they try to break them down. And it's one thing to do the right thing the proper way, but when you are not getting out here and doing the same thing that another BLK man is doing, how can you do that? In actuality, you should be proud of those men that are stepping up and that are doing the right things. So a lot of BLK men have become lazy and stagnant, and I just don't believe that they want to see the community progress and be better because of because of the behavior and the things that they do. And I'll land with that.
Lazy and stagnant. Wow, Mika. Now that was groundbreaking. I'm gonna come back to you. Let's go to Narya. Welcome,
Hi, it's Naraya. Thank you
Naraya.
for.
Sorry.
Yes, that's fine. Good morning, everyone. Um, so black men are too emotional. I definitely agree with that. Um, the femicide rates in our community shows that. Um, Black women in the U.S. are unalived 6 times more often than our YT counterparts. Um, we are more in harm's way and at risk of being unalived and harmed by the men in our communities, mostly the ones that we are in close proximity to, which
Wait
would
one second, Mr. Biggs. Don't run. Go ahead and stand on business. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
okay, yes. We are more at harm's risk to be unalived in our communities by our husbands, children's fathers, our brothers, so on and so forth. That are the statistics show that they are more emotional because anger and rage is an emotion. Okay. People try to say, when this men, oh, emotional, he's crying, he's emotional. No, we have multiple different types of emotions. Okay. BLK men are least likely to be emotionally regulated, or men in general, but we're speaking on the BLK community. And so yes, they are too emotional. And are they lazy and can't provide? I will also say yes to that as well. BLK men are not going to college. They are not extending their education. The reading level is at a sixth grade reading level for most of them. I mean, if you just look on TikTok and you see the trend that's going
Can't read.
as to why,
A lot of
excuse
women
me.
can't
You
read.
gotta wait till she's done. You know the rules.
Sorry.
You gotta wait till open panel. Let's not over mute mods. Go ahead.
Thank you. Um, they're at her sixth grade reading level. If you look at the trend that's going on TikTok right now, where they're saying they don't want to go to college, they're like literally glorifying not getting higher education.
Great. I go to
Um,
college.
Wait,
why is he still
Jerome. You
talking?
gotta mute. You have to mute. You gotta wait till everyone's introduced, and then on open panel you could rebut her if she wants to respond. She can. I allow everyone to rebut things that are being said on the panel. So at that open panel, that's when I'll allow you to do that. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you're not seeking higher education, then you're not making the money to be able to provide. So that in itself is lazy, because why wouldn't you want to further your education so you can further your resources? Okay. They also can't provide because you don't have anything to provide for. It is known and it is proven that BLK women are the most educated group. Okay. So, and a lot of times, women are BLK women are either going 50-50 with men, or they are the primary provider in the household as far as finances. So that is proven. That is a fact. And so that's my point. I'm going to land my plane there.
Wow, wow,
Hold on.
wow, wow. She said that the BOK women are the most educated group. Okay. Everything she said was definitely
Definitely
groundbreaking.
not groundbreaking. So
Mute, Jerome. Let's go to wife mom. Welcome in, wife mom.
Good morning.
you didn't let me come in.
Jerome, you're last. You're at the bottom. Just wait. Be patient. Wife mom, go ahead.
BLK men are too emotional. I'm going to disagree with that. They are very emotional. What the problem is they don't know how to regulate those emotions. When they're angry, a lot of times that could be violent. When they're get in their feelings or they feel that they're being attacked, they can't stay off of mute and wait their turn to rebuttal. They just have a very difficult time with self-regulation. But everybody is emotional and has emotions. But grown people, evolved people know how to regulate them. And then the second one, BLK men are lazy and can't provide. Um, there is a segment of BLK men that is very lazy. Um, they love free labor of women in their lives. If they don't know a word here on the panel, they get in the chat or they ask you what's the definition. You can look it up. It's called a dictionary or even Google. Um, Many are very comfortable staying at their level, don't want to do extra training for promotions or raises. And that's really just lack of motivation and drive. I won't necessarily say lazy, because when they really want something, they will get out and do it. But if they're not motivated, if they don't have the desire to do better, or if they think somebody else can do it for them, they'll go that route. And I land.
Wow. Another groundbreaking message. Oh, let's continue. Hazel, if you can go ahead and answer the first two questions without responding to anyone on the
Oh,
panel.
why is it not my turn yet?
Because we're going in a row. You can look at the screen and see the row. You're next. Go ahead, Hazel.
I'm not gonna be long winded, man. BLK men are too emotional.
Hazel, I need you not to do that, please.
All right.
You usually give two-word answers. I need you to actually
Okay.
expound a little bit instead of saying, "Oh, I'm not going to be long-winded," because that sounds like you're not going to really answer the question properly.
I'm gonna
Please.
answer it very directly, and usually that's when I get cut off.
Okay.
Black men are
By me, but go ahead.
BLK men are too emotional. Absolutely not. BLK. Do you want me to read one and answer? Or you want me to read them both?
Read one and answer it.
All right. BLK men are too emotional. Absolutely not. They're like anybody else. They have feelings. Um, yeah, I just think you guys base what you're saying on this app. I don't think you're around emotional BLK men. I don't think you go home and call your husband emotional, your brothers, your fathers, things like that. So I think you're basing it off these men off this app. You got to learn how to separate reality from social media. All right, on to the next one. BLK men are lazy and can't provide. The ones around you, correct. I mean, we operate off what we're around. Obviously, I'm not going to say the name, but you pretty much told on yourself with the men you were
Come on,
around.
come on. Wait till free panel and address people
Oh,
directly. Just
okay,
give
sorry.
your thoughts as if you didn't hear them speak.
Okay, you're right. Yes, I definitely feel they're not lazy and they can provide. I belong to a network of thousands of providers throughout the United States. I see it every day from BLK Men. If they haven't reached out or they haven't found you, there's a reason for that. I land.
That was mind boggling.
Thank you.
We'll continue. Thank you guys that we got to 10K. If we could get it to 20K. And also Hazel, if you could share the live out to 10 people. Jerome also. Jerome, you can go ahead and answer the questions. At the end, you can rebut someone because it'll be open panel since you are the last person to be introduced.
It says BLK men are too emotional. First off, we're not emotional. We need to be more emotional. Okay, at the end of the day, when I'm dealing with a woman, I'm not emotional. Everything, first off, everything is gonna go my way or the highway. That's how I look at stuff. Okay, okay. I'm the sole provider. Okay, I will never get with a woman that make more money than me. If you make more money than me, I'm gonna get 3 jobs. I'm gonna get 4 jobs if I have to, because I'm not gonna allow you to make more money than me. Cause I'm the chicken dinner. You talking about? Next question. It says BLK men are lazy and can't provide. First off, the man that you with can't do that. That's what y'all need to be saying out here. He can't provide because you could only attract a bum, and that's your pay grade. Understand? Even at 60 years old, your older women, the only man that you can get is a bum, and enjoy the bum. Because guess what? The only thing he could provide for you is what? Schmecks. That's what he could provide for you. So eat it up and enjoy it. And pay for his Jordans. I don't even wear Jordans. The most expensive shoes that I wear is Timberlands. Okay? That's $170. That's the most that I wear. But at the end of the day, y'all women, you can only attract a bum. Because that's what your pay grade is at. You can't hold on, baby. You can't attract somebody who makes a decent amount of money, somebody who could take care of his own self. He got his own place, he got this. You can't attract that. So what y'all need to understand is you are what you attract. So if you keep coming across these guys that ain't got no butt yard, and he ain't got nothing go for himself, it's because of you, okay? Because y'all boo boo. Yeah, I'll live my plate.
Wow, that was mind boggling. Let me go to wife mom. What's your thoughts on what Jerome just said?
More foolishness, just more foolishness. He don't know what he talking about. He just on here yapping. It is anyway. Um, it's I just crack up every time I get on this app and I hear all these magical Negroes who making all the money, who only surround themselves with people who are making all the money. It's always the rest of us living in the what they call our fake reality and don't see people who don't struggle, who don't apply themselves, who live in the projects or the ghetto or whatever, always othering themselves. They can always put a black woman and black women in one big old pile, and we have all the traits they don't like. But when it comes to them, they always have to separate themselves and go individual. They don't ever see the collective of their group. But that's what intelligence and education and getting outside does for you. Because, like I said, they just stay in their little bubble. All they do is come on TikTok and pick and choose what they like. I land.
I
Wow, that
can I
was
respond?
groundbreaking. Logan, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. That was definitely groundbreaking. Logan, I'm gonna come back around to you. Thank you guys for the taps. We're almost at 20K. We can continue tapping. Also, make sure you share the live out. I am going to check. I think I'm waiting for Jerome and Logan to go ahead and share the live out to 10 people. Welcome in all my mods. Appreciate you guys. Right now we have Mika, we have Jasmine. Appreciate you guys making chat announcements inside the chat and keeping people aware of how this live goes. Okay, with that being said, I'm going to come to two different people. I'm going to come to Logan in a moment, but I was waiting to go to Goddess. Goddess, what's your thoughts on the exchange between Jerome and Wife Mom? And did you want to add anything or address anything that has been said?
Yes, I just want to point out the first question on your prompt says black men are too emotional. And we have three men up here, and two out of the three, okay, have crashed. Well, one has crashed out. He couldn't keep himself on mute. The other one, he was trying to take himself off mute. They're not following the directions of the live. You didn't ask them to share out the live. They're not doing it. Like y'all prove it in real time what we're saying. So yes, they are too emotional because why don't you have why aren't your emotions regulated enough to follow one simple directions that goes back to the sixth grade education or sixth grade reading level comprehension skills, okay? Two, why can't you just sit and wait like an adult and have a conducive conversation, cohesive conversation with each other? We're having a conversation here and you can't even keep yourself off mute. Number three, you did nothing but insult. You threw insults to women. When we're having real conversations, I sat up here and gave y'all statistics and facts. You can go look this up. I didn't say anything out of emotion. I didn't say anything out of my own experience. None of that. I simply Googled the statistics and you crashed out. I just want to say that. After that, I'm going to drop because I'm going to be honest with you, host. I'm grateful for you for hosting these lives, but I can't be on the panel letting and be around these men too long because I ain't gonna let them suck up on my energy. I just wanted to get up here and tell the truth, okay? Spit some facts, all right?
Go back to
And
work. That's nice.
hopefully, it will click. See what I'm saying? He can't even stay. He keeps
Saying your
got.
break
He
is
just
over, man. We don't need the
he just
soliloquy. Leave.
Hazel, you have
Your
to
lunch is
mute. Let
over.
her
Her lunch is
finish.
poetic. We
y'all.
all know her break is
Hazel, come
over.
on. Goddess, go ahead. And if you can allow them to respond before dropping, but go ahead. And then if you have to go, I understand.
She's the crash out.
Hold on. Let her finish, guys.
I'm crashing out, but I allowed y'all to speak. Y'all interrupting me. Oh, okay. Anyway, like I said, in 4K, ladies, do you see it? We don't have to do too much. All we have to do is just tell the truth and the
Wow.
crash out, and they will prove in real
Man,
time.
can you drop
Goodbye.
I'm gonna go ahead and put myself on mute. I'm gonna let
no,
them.
no,
I'm gonna let
no.
them go
Put
ahead
yourself
and
on
crash
mute.
out
Just
on me.
drop.
I'm not done.
Just
Can I
drop.
finish? Can I land my
Let
plane?
her
Let
finish.
her
I
say
will choose.
goodbye.
You guys, please
Damn.
calm down. I will choose someone to respond since I see all of you guys unmuting.
Well,
Um,
you know you don't want me to respond because I'll embarrass you. So you can go to
You
Jerome.
can't embarrass me, babe. You can say whatever you want because it don't
Say
it
your goodbye
don't
and get back to your
bother
cubicle
me,
and go back to work.
honey.
Okay, be gone.
So emotional. You see what I'm saying? The emotions, they can't control them. Look at them in real time. But I'm gonna
Well,
go
hold
ahead
on.
and put
Hold on.
myself on mute.
Do you have a
okay,
man? Do you
everyone
have a
mute. Okay,
relationship?
Mods, you can mute everyone since they're talking.
No, hold on. Hold on. Let her
Everyone
stay up
mute.
here.
Everyone
I'm gonna
mute.
let them crash out. Go ahead, y'all can crash out. Go ahead. I'm gonna put
Mods,
myself
go
on
ahead
mute.
and mute
Crashing out.
everybody.
But the
Mute
thing is, I
everybody.
want to ask you a question though.
Hold on, Jerome. We don't do questions. Cash out for questions. Still same rules. I need to see mod announcements in the chat, but everyone just mute mods. If I'm talking, you can mute them. That's not over muting if I'm talking. Thanks to all my mods. Appreciate it. This is groundbreaking what God has said. She said you're getting the example in real time of these men being too emotional. They cannot stay on mute. But hey, I'm just the host. I'm not biased. I'm here for the conversation. Um, it's your real host, your real talk show host, Poetic Lake. Now let's keep it going. I want to hear what Logan has to say about what God has just said.
Okay, thank you. And it's unfortunate because again, it just sounds more like the relationship that black men and women go through. It just turns into an argument rather than being able to communicate over the legitimate, things that we're going through. And so again, when you say everybody's witnessing in real time, that's one thing I want to point out because the lady said, "Oh, this guy, he's acting like this. He can't stay off mute." But you do got one guy. I stayed on mute. I was respectful to everybody, but instead of focusing on that part of it, the focus was on the guys that's not adequate or to the level of you feel of respect. And I get it, and I don't agree with
Well,
some
hold
of.
on,
And
Logan. Wait, well, right there. Let me just ask you something. So
go
you
ahead.
agree that they're not adequate and that they're too emotional. You're going to keep these men accountable,
No, no, no,
Logan?
no, no, no. What I'm
Are you
saying
going
is
to keep them
what I'm.
accountable,
Yes,
Logan,
hear,
at this
hear me out.
time?
So what I'm saying when you say
Hold on.
black,
I'm sorry. Just give me. Let me say something. You're a man that is noble and respectable, correct? Are you going to keep these other men accountable instead of the women watching these women be attacked on the panel? Are you going to keep them accountable, Logan? Go ahead. It's your chance.
okay. So again, when I was speaking, I thought I was speaking for men in general anyway, right? But so that's to say that we're not a monolith, meaning that of course you're gonna have some men that's not right? That's deadbeats. You're gonna have some people that are illiterate, this and that. But for me to sit here and agree,
Well, Logan,
hold on, wait,
Logan, you're
wait, wait, wait.
going general. Let me say this last thing, and I'm
Because
gonna let you
your
land.
comment
Hold
so
on, Logan. I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
say this last thing, then I'm just gonna let you finish. Okay? Whether you answer it or not, I'm just gonna let you finish. I feel like you didn't answer it, so I'm gonna do it one more time. You addressed what she said. You said that you know that the men on the panel aren't adequate. And I'm saying, are you admitting that they're being emotional? And if so, are you going to hold them accountable right here in real time, right now? I would like to know that, and then you could go ahead and expound. You can mute your mic.
Yes, I have no problem holding them accountable if they're not adequate to hold a conversation, right? A grown up conversation based on issues that we're facing. Obviously, I would have to take them both at individual. One of them sounded like he was incoherent, like he was intoxicated. I don't agree with nothing he said at all. Right. The other one, yes, I understood where he was coming from, and there's nothing wrong with being emotional. So if you're saying he was emotional, okay, yes, you got me. He was emotional. But again, why I said from the beginning, there's nothing wrong with being emotional. It's how you handle those emotions, how they being, centered out. Now, if you could say, well, he didn't handle them correctly, yes, that's a different story. There's nothing wrong with being emotional. That's the whole point. I think a lot of us hold emotions in, right? So only thing, so I hope I answered it, but yes, I will hold any black man accountable that is not living up to the standard. And that goes for black
All
women
right,
as well.
so here's your chance. Which men on this panel do you need to hold accountable? Can you call them by name?
I'm, I mean, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with calling them by name. I feel like it's kind of bringing me off topic. But if you feel that that's a
Oh,
need
it's
to,
right on the topic. It's right on the topic. If these men
okay.
are being emotional or not handling it correctly, that is definitely on the topic. Go ahead.
Well, again, so again, when you say by name, all right, I go not with. I'm going to talk to the first brother that talked, not the last guy that
Okay,
talked.
well, who
That
was that? Which one?
I don't know who that was, but the
You said
first.
the one. You said one of them sound intoxicated. Was that
Yes, not him.
Jerome?
The last one that went. I'm not speaking for him. I'll
Okay,
speak
so
for the
Hazel,
other.
the one who said he owns properties, the light skinned one right there
He
in
said
the
he owned
box.
properties. He said he owned properties.
I don't remember bringing up properties in this live.
Okay, you usually always mentioned it, so I
Well,
thought
it's
maybe
known,
you
but I
did.
didn't bring it up.
Okay, okay. I'm so used to hearing it. Okay.
Okay, haha.
So again, I do. When you say because he kept coming off the mic,
Which
right?
one are you holding
The
accountable,
one
sir?
the one that kept coming off the mic while the young lady was talking.
Hazel, it's me, Hazel.
One of
Hazel,
them kept, both of them
Hazel. All
kept
right,
coming off
Hazel. He
of.
just
Wait, hold
Hazel.
on, Logan. They both kept coming off the mic.
It was only two of them. Again, I
Who's
disown it.
Jerome and Hazel?
I disown the
Jerome is the one
intoxicated.
who said he would get 3 jobs if his woman is making more than him. Is
Who
it
that?
that one?
Hazel said that.
No, Jerome
No, I
said
didn't
that.
say that.
Okay. So,
Okay. So which
so
one?
okay, again, I'll go to both of them then, if I can use this phrase. I
Yeah. Okay. Good.
since they both was coming off the mic. Again, is that a form of impatience? Yes. You know, if you want to say impatience is emotional too, okay, all right. I again that but that still stems from, right, just how we are working together. It's like when you hear your brother or your sister like having an argument with you and your sibling, you already know where they're going, right? And you just impatient, you want to jump. Yes, they're emotional about the topic. When you have a topic up here about black men in a degrading fashion, that's gonna make you a little emotional for the strongest person. Anybody's gonna jump and be a little anxious. But hold on, I came up here because I felt I had to say something, right? I got a little bit more patience. I'm going to hear you out, but my anxiety is still the same. I may be a little emotional, yes. So I
Logan,
too
in the
am
comments,
emotional.
they're saying you're riding the fence. They're saying that
Oh
you're
my
making
God.
it. Well, hold on, let me finish. They're saying you're making excuses for them, but then you validated what Goddess said and you said that, hey, she said that they're being emotional, unmuting, and you said, okay, yeah, they are inadequate, but now
She
you're
said
saying
that,
that they have
but
the
I
they have.
agreed
Hold
with
on,
her.
let me finish, Logan. Now
Yes.
you're saying that they have a good reason to do so. So you're not holding them accountable. You're giving them excuse.
What I'm saying, I'm going by the topic that's on your screen. Are men emotional? I said that men aren't emotional enough. I have to stand on why I'm up here. I'm going off your topic, not what nobody in the comments is saying, not nobody what's somebody else up on the in the panel that what their feelings is. I'm coming up here with my feelings are.
Because he
But
all
if you
he
want
doing
me,
is a
but if you
bunch
want
of
me to answer for that,
verbal
I
judo.
will.
And
I'm
he ain't
speaking
saying
for me
nothing.
as a black man. I'm a black. You asked me, was I BLK when I came up here? I'm a black man. I'm speaking for me. But if you want me to speak in general, I give you an answer. But you can't hold me accountable for everybody on a panel.
That's fine, Logan. I was just asking if you wanted to hold them accountable.
And, and
I'm
My
holding
live.
myself
Hold on,
accountable
everyone
as a
mute.
black man.
Logan, 1 second, because I let you talk for a long time. If you don't mind, I just wanted to ask again. I'm the host. I'm not biased. I just want to. I'm here to observe and ask questions. Now, if you said, whatever you just said, you feel like you're holding them accountable or you feel like they have a reason to act the way, that's fine. You can go ahead and stand on that. My live is about standing on business. But go ahead, Logan. Since I asked you a few questions, go ahead and finish
you
what you were
keep
saying.
saying, go ahead, Logan. He already
Let
dropped his
Logan
I
mic.
never
finish
finished.
because
I
I
never.
stopped him a couple times. So I'm going to give him some more time.
Thank you. I appreciate you for that. Again, so where I was going, where a lot of times we get held accountable, she threw out the black men uneducated. You know, we have all these different issues, right? And it's not to go back and forth or play the blame game, but it's also about holding each other accountable. So all these black men with all these dysfunctions, I must remind you as women that they come from your womb. A lot of these wombs are toxic. These women that want to be pregnant 6 months, 8 months, they
We have
smoke
an issue.
weed, they smoke cigarettes. They're the ones producing these malfunction men that they now all of a sudden disgusted with. And
All right, Logan, you've been dropped. Again, everyone stay on mute. Mods mute everyone.
Who did that?
You have
Whoever
been
did that?
dropped.
Who
You
did
have
that?
been dropped. Logan, you have been dropped. Again, I just said mods mute everyone. Logan, uh, don't be mad at me. The rules are if someone wants to drop you, they send a money pow pow. You'll be dropped for 15 to 30 minutes. Or anyone can save your spot. If anyone wants to save Logan's spot, just send something higher than a money pow pow. Or Logan, you can send something higher than a money pow pow. Come up here and stand on business. I want to hear more about these toxic wounds, the ones that are smoking Newports and
Let me
causing
say this
these
real
men
quick.
to come out toxic. I definitely want to hear that. Again, we don't over mute, but anyone talking over me, please mute them immediately. Um, Now, regardless of the fact, the rules are stand on business. If someone drop you, hold your spot. Get your spot back. Let's continue to tap, you guys. We're almost at 20K. Logan, I want to hear more about these toxic wounds. Go ahead and send anything higher. I know that you're a provider. I know that a couple coins, nothing to you. Get your spot back so you can continue. Let me go to Goddess. Goddess, what's your thoughts on what
You go to
Logan said?
Jerome.
Jerome, you gotta hold on. Jerome, don't yell at me, please. Don't do that. Goddess, what's your thoughts on what Logan just said? he agreed with you, and he seemed as though he wanted to protect the women. Do you think he did that?
Absolutely not. He did not want to protect the women. He couldn't. He had no other choice but to admit, because we saw it in 4K. Okay, but what these men do is they protect the cult of men. So they protect each other, and they never hold each other accountable for the things that they do. Now they'll admit it, but then at the same time they'll say, but she. You understand? So how can I be accountable about something that I'm doing, or something collectively as women? Let's say the roles was reversed, right? How can I say, yeah, women do X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, but a man? No, we're not talking about women in this instance right now. We are speaking on men. Everything in this prompt says men, BLK men specifically. I also want to speak to when he said that women need to be held accountable for birthing these children and carrying them in our wombs, and we are the reasons why they come out the way they come out. First and foremost, I agree with him as far as women protecting their wombs. We need to stop birthing our oppressors, women. We need to stop doing that. But it is scientifically proven that all of the diseases, all of the psychological issues, anything that a child is born into, it comes from the father. Okay? So if the father is a rapist and he's out here having children, it's most likely that his son will be a rapist. If he has addictions, right? It's more likely that the child will come out having these addictions. If he has any types of illnesses, any types of diseases, it's more likely that the child will come out that way. Okay. Also, too, you blame the mothers, right, for having these children and raising these children, but you never blame the fathers for leaving the children. Okay. So they don't want to be held accountable. And it goes back to the point of number one, them being too emotional, because you're too much in your feelings, that this topic is making you want to crash out, is making you want to blame women. You're too much in your feelings. And also, too, you're lazy, because you're so lazy enough that you don't want to sit and actually listen and have the conversation based off of facts. I didn't say anything about emotions. I didn't say my experience, my personal experience. I didn't do any of that,
You're
because my
boring,
personal
man. You're
experience,
boring. This is
my
boring. I'm
personal
being honest. You're
experience, you
boring.
see what I'm saying? I'm boring because I'm speaking the truth. But everybody in the comments don't think I'm boring. You you only think I'm boring because the shoe fits. That's
Said
why you
every
think I'm
condition
boring.
is due to a
Not saying
father.
anything
You're
Because
an
the
that's not.
idiot.
shoe
All right,
You're an
fits.
all right,
idiot.
all right, you guys. Let her finish. Let her land her plane.
Hurry up and let her in.
Anyway, you see how they can't sit still for a minute?
Moving forward, man. Stop moving
This is
backwards.
why
Let's
they're at a sixth grade education reading level, because they can't sit still long enough to actually listen, to learn something. But I'm gonna land my plane.
You yapping.
do.
Nobody want to hear you
All right,
yapping.
Jerome. You've been waiting, so go ahead.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, first off, when you deal with a man, first off, he's supposed to have a trade. Okay, a lot of us is not going to be in college, but guess what? When we make the most money, and we make more money than y'all. If you actually look it up, the stats, we make more money than y'all. Cause guess what? We skills pay the bills. You thinking that you're a little teacher or whatever the case is, you don't make more money than a truck driver at 18 wheeler. You don't make more money than him. He make more money than you. He push your butt in the house. You don't put his butt in the house. So a lot of the times, y'all need to understand. First off, one thing is this. What, Bubba? All right, I'll tone it down a little bit. Y'all be thinking that y'all going around here and y'all making the most. Y'all don't make nothing compared to a man. So understand that, okay? Keep yourself at a good regiment, if I'm saying that right. A good regiment. And I'm laying with this. A lot of y'all women, at the end of the day, y'all cheat on a higher clip than men cheat. Because when a man finds somebody that's aesthetically pleasing, Okay, he ain't really gonna cheat like that. Y'all women, y'all always want to cheat. Y'all be cheating with the mailman. Y'all be cheating with the guy that comes deliver you UPS. Y'all just cheat. That's all y'all do. A man could be faithful. Men be faithful out here. So I'm gonna land with this. A lot of y'all women is disgusting. I said it. Y'all disgusting. Y'all atrocious. And y'all not good eats. I'm not laying with that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, guys, real quick, we are at.
Everyone, please mute. Go ahead and land. Oh, you landed?
Hold on, the biggest? Oh, hold on, I'm gonna land with this then. You give me a couple more seconds, I'll land with this. Listen, there's a reason why men don't cheat. You know why they don't cheat? Because guess what? If he cheats, guess what? Let's just say he's married, right? He gonna get everything taken from him. Okay? His livelihood, his even to the point of him being able to drive with a license and all that. A man when he does something dirty, he gets done dirty. When y'all do something dirty, ain't nothing happen to y'all. Y'all just be a bunch of ass screws. I'll leave.
All right, Jerome. Go ahead and land inside the comments because you've been dropped. Again, Jerome, go ahead and land in the comments because you have been dropped. I do apologize. Don't take it personal. That is part of the rules. I ask everyone to stand on business, but me as the host, I will not drop anyone because I'm neutral. I'm not biased, but I do let any supporter go ahead and send in money pow pow to drop someone. Let's get it to 30K, everyone. If everyone can tap the screen. Jerome, Logan, I see y'all still here in the comments. Send your request back up. I know you guys got the munyan, you got the chicken. So go ahead and get your spots back. All you have to do is send something higher than money pow pow, and that's easy. Um, let's go to Magic and Herb. I want to get you guys in. If you can share the live out to 10 people, you'll be next. I want to go to Hazel. Hazel, what's your thoughts on what Jerome was saying? Do you agree with him?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I tuned out at the last moment of women cheat. But as for women not making it the same as men, as for a lot of women not qualifying for the men that they're asking for, that's the synopsis I got from what he was saying. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, we learn as a kid, birds of a feather flock together. We're taught this by our parents. If we hang out with bad kids, odds are we're bad. Now, when we become an adult, we pretend that we can't control the surroundings around us, the people around us. If I go to school and I get a teaching degree, I can't head on down to the hospital and call myself the head of surgery, right? I have to qualify for that. We have to qualify for jobs, careers, everything but relationships. We act like we just walk in there and I'm me, so give it to me. So I wholeheartedly agree that when you listen to women talk about how men, their fathers, their brothers, and all that, they're telling you their family. They're telling you their friend's family. And that's what it is. You drew the short straw, the bad card, whatever they call it, whatever analogy you want to use, you drew it. Life dealt you an unfair hand. Move forward. You hear people rambling on. Evictions. You guys are the number one in evictions. And I don't say that with pride because it's sad. Next month, you're about to see it almost double. And as this year goes on, it will get worse. And you can't blame the BLK man because you qualified for these apartments on your own. 3 times the rent. Credit. You qualified. Now, I know a lot of people are going to say, yeah, but we moved a man in and he got us thrown out. That doesn't work. I don't even say it with pride, but when y'all get up here, oh, we're number one finance, you're not. You're losing your homes at a rapid rate. And as this year goes on, it's going to get worse, not better. I'm actually shocked I didn't get cut off by June. I was bracing for a cutoff, but I'll land.
I'm so glad I'm here.
Okay, okay, don't do
I'm
that.
glad
Don't
you're here
provoke
too.
her because she just came up, and I need y'all not to interrupt each other. And
All
no
right.
profanity. Welcome
No, I
in,
don't curse. I
everyone.
didn't curse.
Hold on, I'm just giving a disclaimer. No profanity, you guys, as we continue the conversation. Because again, I am a new creator. They do not push out my life that much when there's so much profanity. People who's been here for years and gained so many supporters, people already know when they're going live. So that's not the same for me. I am fairly new still. Let's get it to 30K, you guys. Mods, if we can make mod announcements where people can know the goal right now. Inside the comment section, we need mod announcements. Let's go to Magic. Herb, I'm still waiting to see your 10 shares. June baby, you'll be after the last of the new people. Demarcus, let me see your 10 shares. So we're gonna go Magic, Herb, Demarcus, and then June baby. Go ahead, Magic. If you can answer the first two questions before addressing anyone on the panel, let's wait to open panel.
Yeah, so BLK men are lazy and can't provide. I don't think that's true. I think we're making more money than we ever have. I think we are being more successful. What I really think a lot of women are complaining about is the men that they're dealing with. I think they just can't find successful men. And that's really on them and who they attract. But there's plenty of, in any population, you're going to have lazy men, of course, but you're obviously you can't just go ahead and just say the entire population is lazy. There's a lot of black men that are putting in work, starting businesses, getting good jobs. It's really just on y'all to surround yourself with those men and those type of women that are ain't complaining about this type of stuff. So really, it's on y'all to surround yourself with better quality men. That's really what it comes down
All
to.
right, Magic. Next time, please give your thoughts on the topic without addressing what you heard until open panel. And when you address what you heard, make sure you stand on business and call them by name. Did you want to expound without addressing what was said?
Uh, Yeah, no, that's it. Let me go to the second one. Black man married plain Jane and cheat with women with wigs and lashes. I think
No, just the first two that were on.
that's the second one, right?
No, the second one is BOK men are lazy and can't provide. The first one, BOK men are too emotional. Did you want to expound on any of the first two?
I didn't see the one up top. Yeah. Bill came in too emotional. Like I said, it just depends on who you're talking to. You're gonna find emotional men no matter what, no matter who it is, any population. It's always gonna be emotional men, but at the end of the day, it's not gonna be everybody that's emotional. I don't think a majority of men are emotional anyways. We have to carry a burden of performance. We have to get stuff done, or we're not gonna be respected as men. So I think to even be a man, at the end of the day, you can't be overly emotional. You got to control yourself and do what you got to do to make money and provide for yourself, for your family, all that stuff. So I don't really see how you can call BLK men emotional. Otherwise, how do we get so much done? How do we get so much done?
Okay, remember, no questions. Cash app for questions. Magic, you asked a lot of questions. You might as well send the cash app so you can start asking questions freely. Um, Herb, love to hear from you. Go ahead. First two questions.
Hello, love. So are black men are too emotional? I most definitely agree. Um, they only care about themselves. And for the second prompt, black men are lazy and can't provide. I agree with that too. Just to give a little background of me, I am a part of the LGBT and I do deal with black men a lot. And I've dealt with a lot of black men that have treated me poorly and unfairly. So, ladies, do not let these men try to disinvalidate your experiences. You're not crazy, and this is coming from a man. And I land with that.
Wow. Now that was groundbreaking. Even he knows. Some said, yeah, I support him. All in the comments. Let's continue. Let's tap the screen, you guys. We're almost to 30K. Let's get it there. Um, let's go to Demarcus. Go ahead and answer the first two questions.
BLK been too emotional? Nah, not really. We may be a little on the aggressive side, but not dangerous. Aggressive and aggressive as in conquering our goals and making our mark in life might be that, but not emotional. Not emotional though. BLK men are lazy and can't provide. I do not think that is true because even to this day, everybody makes more money now than they ever did before in the history of America. You never made this much money before working. Men and women, BLK men and women alike, never made this much money before. So no, we're not lazy, and yes, we can provide. It's just some women want to be flossed. They really want to be flossed out all the time. They want more than what they want more than they want to spend with their eyes instead of financially be financially responsible. So that's why I get that, and I land.
Wow. Now that was mind boggling. Let's go to June, baby. If you can answer the first two questions, and welcome back, everyone coming back. We're almost at 30K.
Morning, Poetic. How are you, dear? Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to see you so bright and early in the morning. Black men are too emotional. Yes, they are. They are so emotional. You'll hear it in this panel in just a few minutes. I encourage you to stay around. Give it maybe 45 minutes to an hour. You will see how emotional they will be. They will cry. They're going to cut me off. They're going to try to insult me as slickly as I insult them, but they won't be able to achieve that. They're going to try to battle my wits, but they're going to fail. They're going to end up calling me a name or something derogatory because they are emotional, because they can't control themselves. For some reason, the sight of my picture and the sound of my voice bothers them, but even more what's bothering to them is the truth that I speak. I will always tell the truth of how emotional these men are. They cannot control themselves. Every day they get on this live, different panels every day, and they just crash out. They do it over and over, and they crash out for no reason. They crash out because they cannot stay on point, and they are frustrated. To the second point, Black men are lazy and can't provide. Yes, they are. They're very lazy. They're lazy with their mental capacity. Firstly, I'm going to start with the mental. Not one gentleman up here was able to give a very, very detailed nor robust answer to these questions. They're always ending up with, But really, when I come to these panels, I look for some type of intelligence, some sort of something robust to hang on to with these conversations to say, hey, you should help the Black man. Hey, you should still love on the Black men, but you never seem to give it to me. You always come up here with these poor facts, poor outdated facts, and basically lies, because if it's not true, it is a lie. So when I hear you talking about finances in a Black household, I know you're wrong. Providing, they're up here getting emotional because they can't provide. They're scratching and they're trying to fight their way out of the basement. They're having a hard time, a very hard time. And if you ask them what they're doing with themselves, they'll tell you basically nothing. They spend a lot of time on the internet crying and battling women, and a lot of them, a whole lot of them, been to jail and prison. So when they sit up here and they try to give you advice, ask yourself, is this advice, or is this an institutionalized man who somehow believes he deserves to be listened to? I yield.
Wow. Now that was groundbreaking. I will admit.
Nobody cut her
Uh,
off.
Magic. What's your thoughts on what June Baby just said? And now it's open panel, so you can address people by name.
Boom Baby doesn't deal with high quality men like I was saying before. She doesn't have the ability to attract these men. So she's gonna complain about what she's unfortunately has to deal with, and I feel bad for her because she attracts convicts and
See how he made that personal
Come on,
about
we
Bro,
gotta
me.
let
look how
people
she's
land.
if
We
you
gotta
look how
want
let
him,
she's
people
just
cutting me
say
land.
off.
that, dude.
Look how these
Okay,
people
we gotta
cut me
let people
off.
land, y'all. Go ahead, Magic. I
And
will
they
give
say
you a chance to respond. My
they say
panel's
I'm
about standing
emotional.
on business.
They say men are emotional. I can't believe I was cut off. I feel disrespected. So I'm gonna need y'all to relax for a moment Just let me finish my point. This is why you can't attract quality men, because you don't have the ability to be a respectful woman and have these men in your life. I can teach you how. I can teach you how to be a better woman, but you just have to listen. You just have to know how to be submissive, you know? And I just don't think you can do that. But maybe there's hope for you. But at the end of the day, it's really all about the men that you attract in your life. That's why you're complaining. If you attract better
You're
men,
obsessed.
you ain't gonna
Come
have
on,
these
June, baby. We
problems.
gotta let him land. Go ahead, Magic.
You ain't gonna have these problems if you attract better men. So I just feel like you just be a better woman, and you wouldn't be talking all this nonsense. I feel like any woman that comes on here, y'all call them pick me's, whatever. It's just because that they have good men in their lives that they ain't gonna be talking this foolishness. Y'all just don't have it. You just don't have the sauce like that, and I feel bad for y'all. I'll land my plane.
All right, Magic. I have a question for you because I seen it in the comments. They're saying that how are you going to teach a woman how to be a better woman? Are you, hinting towards something, or did you used
No,
to
it's
know
just
your mom's healed? That's what they're
that's why
saying.
they call a man a groom. We're supposed to groom women to be better. We're supposed to help women find their place and learn how to be a helpmate to men. So
They're saying in the comments, only thing
I have
you're
a problem with
grooming.
that.
Yeah, well, they're saying in the comments, only thing you're grooming is a minor.
I don't groom minors. Those it'll be
I'm pretty sure you do.
See, this is what they go. They go to these insults and they call us emotional. They say, "Oh, you must talk to minors," or I don't know, whatever nonsense y'all talk about. I'm just saying, I can help you be a better woman. I can teach you how to treat a man well. You know.
Are
Okay,
you a
let's
woman?
hear June Baby's response. Thank you, Magic,
Alexa,
for
pl-
answering.
You're
Alexa,
welcome.
play So Emotional by Carl Thomas. If y'all are not the most emotional beings I've ever heard, you are obsessed with me. The obsession that you have with me should be studied. I knew you when I had a friend. Baby, that's you. You can't get over me. I don't even know who you are, but yet you will always speak on my name. When we say emotional, you showed us. Baby, you showed us who you are. Alexa, no,
June,
play Carl Thomas emotional. So, like I was saying, you need to stop crying when you go from panel to panel to panel to panel to panel to panel to panel, panel, over and over doing the same thing. I don't even know who you are. You sound very, very short. I hope you get it together. I hope that somehow you're able to grab a few nouns and verbs that you learned today and push them together and create a sentence. But in that sentence, add a few commas, remove my name. Hint, hint, remove my name, throw in another name. That way you won't sound like you're obsessed. Okay? And then to go into what you said, nothing. I'm in because you said nothing.
June, baby, I just wanted to tell you he wants you. He wants you, honey.
Baby, I'm gonna tell you what happens is they follow me from room to room and they obsess over me. I don't even have to speak. When I do speak, I could be speaking generally, and for some reason, they will be touched, if not physically by someone in the room, probably a man, but they will be touched viscerally. Viscerally, it bothers them, Herbs. It bothers them so much because they think that because I'm smiling in this picture. Alexa, pause. Alexa, pause. She emotion too. That's for you, Magic. Because you see my smiling face up there, and I'm smiling, I look like I'm happy, and the sun is beaming. You think that the nasty and most vile things won't come out of my mouth. Out of my mouth, they will. They will, and I save them just for weak men like you. The weak men who get on this internet every day and degrade black women and say that black women aren't this and black women aren't that. And you did say so. You said something about me dating my dating life. Why do you care? Why are you so concerned with who I'm humping? Why are you so concerned? You need to ask yourself this when you get on these panels and you say, "Oh, the women are mad because they aren't getting the men's they want." You're speaking for yourself. You have not gotten up and heard any woman say, "Oh no, a man won't take me, baby," because you know why? A flower does not have to beg to be pollinated by a bee. We ain't gotta beg for y'all. Y'all following us. Personally, if I could pick myself and remove myself from the garden of y'all, I would. I would. And for all the ladies who raised their hand, I would sprinkle weed fertilizer over them too. Weed killer, I'm sorry. Because we don't want y'all. We are tired. We are literally running from y'all. I wish that someday I would get on this internet and see a black man speaking highly of a black woman, speaking up, saying, you know what, my fellow black men, maybe we shouldn't be doing those nasty things to the black women in our community. Hey, maybe we shouldn't be up here degrading the BLK women who taught us, who raised us, who loved us, who helped us with our homework, who helped us through college. Maybe doing that is why they're upset. Maybe that's why they don't like us. Maybe if we stop throwing poop at them, we will not get poop thrown back at us. But y'all don't see that. Y'all don't see that. You both all seem to like black women, but you all collectively get up here and shit on us equally. And I watch you
No
scrape and
profanity.
I see, there you go, bid exhibit A. I watch you
I'm
scrape
protecting
and
for
I
our
watch you,
tribe. No
there you
profanity.
are. I don't know if you hear me speaking.
Profanity.
I watch you
Last time I'm gonna say
scrape
it.
and I watch you scramble and I listen to you. I listen to you. And like I said, you will be exhibit 8. Thank you, Hazel, for cutting me off. That's you. You can't help yourself. But I
Profanity.
watch you
Simple
scrape and I
direction,
watch
lady.
you scrounge, trying to make yourself raise up above black women every day. Every day you have that opportunity and you fail. But you know what? I must say you have some kind of consistency. And I do award you for your consistency because you will do it every day. You're consistent about shitting on us every day. And I watch you do this every day. You don't
Okay,
get
June,
mad
let's
No
until
go
I'm
to
mad.
Dan
I
profanity.
and we
apologize. I
have to
apologize.
go
No,
to
you
Dan.
don't. You just
It's
did it twice. No
defecation. You're interrupting me. Can you hear me? Exhibit 2,
brain.
you did
Use
it
your
again.
brain.
You cannot help yourself. I'm triggering you with the truth. The truth will
Triggering me. What
always
does triggering
trigger you.
mean?
That's the
Oh,
third time.
triggering.
Exhibit C.
Enunciate
I
your word.
hope that I hope my words are getting to you and they're hurting you because your feelings need to
I'm
be
about to jump
hurt.
off this ledge.
Nigga,
Your feelings need to be
pause the
hurt. Where
motherfucking
are you in
phone,
your
please.
community? You're not.
Wait, come on, y'all,
You're
stop
up
the
here
I'm
cursing.
about
crying
to
because
I'm
you're
jump
gonna
off
mute
this
sick
ledge.
of it.
everyone.
I'm
Okay,
about to jump
everyone's
off the ledge.
muted because
Period.
we're
Come on,
using
poet.
profane
To curse
language.
twice. I'm
Everyone, please
stopping it from
mute.
cursing.
Please, I'm so serious.
We
I let everyone stand on business, but you can stand on business without profanity. Okay. I'm actually going to go around to those on the panel, but I want to hear from Magic because they someone said that you were short. How tall are you, Magic? And are you going to stop talking about BOK women on different panels?
Yeah, I'm 5'2". I'm short.
See, you lying, you trying to be funny. All right, we're gonna move around. Goddess, you want to go ahead and chime in?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something really quick. Um, June baby, she just ripped them a new behind, right? And they sat there and they took it because they like it. It's a kink. Okay. When I was up here telling the truth and speaking facts, not saying June wasn't speaking facts, she was, but she was getting in their behinds, right? They sat on mute and they accepted it because they like it. They probably twisting their little nipples right now, right? But when I statistics, I get cut off. You get what I'm saying? Because they don't want to hear the truth, but they love to hear a woman degrading them. So, ladies, let me tell you something. When they tell you, oh, you need to respect a man and all that other kind of stuff, they don't want respect. They get a kick and a kink out of being degraded. And I'm a land.
Wow, now that's groundbreaking. Everyone, please stay on mute. Welcome in everyone returning. See the redhead. See a lot of great face names popping up. Ain't for everybody. Good morning. We're almost to 40K. If we could continue tapping, I am going to go around the panel, give some more people a chance to talk. But man, that was groundbreaking. So these men, again, I'm just going by what I'm hearing. These men, y'all don't want to be respected. You want to be talked down to. It turns you on. Oh my goodness, that's sick. DeMarcus, is that true?
It's what true. Say it again.
You guys like to be talked down to. You don't really want to be respected. You don't really like submissive women. You want us to get on your necks.
Nah, that ain't true. Who said that?
June baby, why are you not paying attention?
I'm sorry. No, I'm listening, but I'm listening. I'm working at the same time. But I mean, come on, y'all. I don't know why y'all respond to June Baby. She has the same output week after week, day after day, month after month. It's gonna be the same with her. I don't even know why y'all go back and forth with her. Just let her talk. Just let her talk, man, and just move on somewhere else. You're not gonna have a conversation with her. It's not gonna be productive. It's not gonna be healthy. It's not gonna be positive. Just let her talk and just scroll past her. That's all. I lay.
So you believe June baby doesn't deserve to get a reply. And why is that?
Because it's the same. Because it's going to be the same thing. It's not going to change. That's like you talking to a tree. It's not going to answer you. It's not going to change. No matter what you say with her, no matter what she says to you, it's not going to change. She's going to feel the way she feels, and she has that right. And you can't change her. So there's no need in sitting there going back and forth with her. Like I said the other day, I take breaks from social media. I came back, I was gone about a month and 2 weeks. Came back June in the same spot talking. It's okay. That's just who she is. So at that point in time, just let it go. There's no need talking to her. That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying she don't deserve to be heard. I mean, she can be heard, but there's no need talking to her.
DeMarcus, they're saying that you didn't take a break from TikTok. Your account was suspended. Is that true?
No, I don't have suspended accounts. No, 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 no. I've been gone about I was gone about a month. In all social media, I do that. It's good to do it. So no, it's not suspended and nothing like that. I don't get suspended accounts. I don't even how you even get that. So right, see, look at her. She just can't help
So
herself
DeMarcus,
but
I'm
to
seeing
do
in
it.
the comments that you went to jail. So and you just got out. Is that true?
No, 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 no. Nobody was in no TikTok jail. Nobody was done. I got two accounts
They
and
say you
both of
were
them are
in real
good standing.
jail. You got locked up. That's why you couldn't get to TikTok.
No, 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 no. But let's keep it what we're talking about. What you asked me about was June. And so that's the whole thing with June. I don't know why any guy sits here and goes back and forth with her. I don't know why you do that. It's no need doing it. Like I said, it's like talking to a tree. It
What's
ain't
my
gonna change.
message? What's my message?
Well, June,
Her
hold on,
message
hold
is
on. We can't ask questions. We got to cash out for questions. You guys, just go ahead and support my platform and ask whatever questions
yeah,
you want. Demarcus, we're gonna land there. I'm gonna go around.
yeah. Just
Wife,
go in there.
mom, Demarcus, give me a second. Wife, mom, you want to chime in?
I do. I have written down so many things, but there's one thing I'm gonna key on and go from there. When Logan was up here, and I want y'all to notice how I'm finna call out names for bad behavior because this is what you're supposed to do. See, he said that he basically said before he got before he went away, that it's the black woman's fault because we've raised these men in our single mother homes. Okay, you know what? I'm willing to stand on that. Because you all know I was a single mom, but I wasn't a single mom of a boy, and my baby's only 21. But many women my age have grown men out here with this bad behavior. So I'm going to tell you what your mother should have told you. She should have told you that number one, when you got something to say about a man, you call his name and you go face to face. You don't say, I heard some men, you don't do that stuff. You go right to their face and tell them, man, you said this and I don't agree with it. Or you said that and that ain't what's up. You don't go around the ring and try to avoid calling him out by name. That's what men do. Number two, men don't go around blaming others for their misfunctions. They go and they stand up and they admit they're wrong and keep it moving. They do not other themselves from the rest of the crew. That's called snitching, basically. That's the one, the other dude, that's the one who goes to jail first and tells on everybody. Because he wasn't there. He trying to get a good deal. He trying to look good. So they don't do that. And I've already talked about the punk butt behavior that men exhibit here on the daily. Can't say nothing about a man, but always got smoke for a woman. Um, and earlier today, Hazel, wherever he at, he was up here talking about
White one.
oh, there you go. Hey, sugar.
How's it going?
Goddess was talking and spitting all facts, not the truth, but the facts. And Hazel was bored. That's because y'all come up here wanting to tussle. That is your goal, is to come up here and tussle with us. And that's cool. Just admit that. Don't hide from it. Don't run from it. Just come up here and say you need a good tussle today. And you all are the kind of ladies I like to tussle with. And let me see. Never say anything about. Okay, that's all right. And can we get past them? Okay, all right. Okay. The big one. Whenever you all exhibit bad behavior, or behaviors unbecoming, and I'm talking collectively, I'm not talking individually, collectively. Whenever you all exhibit bad behavior, you go to the point that you were raised by single moms, that we don't that us women who pointed out we are not around good men, we don't know what's going on and we need to change our environment. See, the thing about women is that we are community. We are community based. We be out in these streets talking to everybody, associating with everybody. One thing about men, about our men, that's common with those who have some kind of success is that once they get out of the hood, they ain't going back to the hood for nothing. They change their friendships, they change their associations with their families, and they seek new friendships because everything is transactional with them. And when they, move on up in the world, they only want to be with others who can move them up further. That's how come successful black men collectively don't know or don't associate with or pretend like they've never seen the dock worker, the trash man, the mailman, and the such, the construction guy, because they don't. They moved on up and they ain't looking back. Who don't get on mute? Lamarcus.
My bad. My
And
bad.
those are just a couple of things that your mama should have taught you from the old bald head great chick. I land.
Wow. Now that was groundbreaking, wife mom. If you're just coming up, go ahead and share the live out to 10 people. Passport King, I'm watching now. Go ahead and share the live out. Also, if you guys can heart me by my name, if you have not heart me by my name today, and we're almost to 40K, so let's just go ahead and get there. The next goal is 50K. I actually want to hear from Hazel. Hazel, what's your thoughts on the conversation so far, and anything you would like to add?
Conversation so far is day-to-day activity. Wife mom's right to believe the way she is. She has some truth in what she's saying. On these panels, I see this, and you all might not admit it, but certain people, you all are just scared to call out. You will see somebody do bad behavior and not say a word. But the second someone else does it, you're all over them. So I think it's a lot of hypocrisy going on. I think
Can you stand on business, Hazel, and be direct? Who is allowing certain people to get away with stuff and not call them out, but
got
with
it.
other people they call them out? Be direct.
All
Stand
right.
on business. Go
All
ahead.
right. All
You
right.
have the floor.
All right. We'll start with you, and we'll go to every woman in the
Remember,
panel.
I am the host. I'm not
Well, you
calling
said
anyone
everybody.
out.
All right. So
Hazel,
we'll
don't do
minus
that.
you.
I'm not calling anyone out. I'm the host,
All
okay?
right.
I am Poetic Lake, all right? This is my talk show. Stop.
Got it. Got it. Minus you. Every woman in the chat and every woman on the panel. We were having a nice live for almost 2 hours of no profanity. Somebody comes on the panel, June, boom,
Stand
curses
on
within.
business.
I said June, June. There's only one June.
And
June,
who
baby.
didn't
I gotta
keep
say
her
it completely.
accountable? Who on the panel didn't keep her accountable?
Wife, mom didn't keep her accountable. I think she's the only woman up here now. None of the men said anything either, but it's like I would think wife, mom would at least say,
Accountable for what?
June,
June.
baby, hold on, hold on.
Let,
You gotta cash out for questions.
yeah,
Hey,
that's out the
Goddess
question.
is here also. Go
Okay,
ahead.
got it. I didn't know. Goddess was here. The women in the chat, like nobody said anything. As a matter of fact, when I said, "Hey, no profanity," I think
That's not their
Jasmine.
jobs. You guys are not mods.
I was
That's
trying to
different.
protect the
That's
live
no,
poetic. It doesn't
no,
matter. I still
no.
enjoy the live.
That's like a mod job.
Okay, all right. Then I stand corrected. You guys were right not to stand up to June because you're not mods. Then I retract what I just said.
What else do you have to say, Hazel?
And I got another thing, June. You kept saying obsessed, right? You follow me up until 3 days ago, and I had to make like I unfollowed or whatever you when you take it. I had to block you. So you keep running your mouth in these panels about obsessed. Yeah, trust me.
What?
I got the screenshot where you follow me and it says follow back. Trust me, I've taken a couple. So you can move forward right now with lies, but I'm telling you, I speak truth and I'm methodical. So keep up this. What you talking about? Yeah, go check your account now and look. I made you unfollow me and I blocked you. So you talk all
You
this
made
stuff.
me unfollow
Well, whatever
you.
you do when you unfollow somebody, I
When I
think it's called
pressed the button
unfollow.
on my
Wait,
own,
Hazel, hold
June,
on.
I
Hazel,
pressed the
go
button.
ahead and land because you're addressing her. So I'm gonna let her respond, and then we're gonna
I
go around the
thought,
panel. Land.
okay. All I'm gonna say is this, June. You run your mouth on these panels about obsessed. You were following me, right? You had to be blocked. So keep running your mouth about obsessed and all this other stuff. You're a liar, dear. I had to unfollow you or whatever you call it when you stop the person from following you. I don't know the term. I think it's called unfollow. So I mean, just stop it. Oh, I'll show the screenshots, Tiffany. Don't worry. I'm about to go get a haircut now. And then I have tons, trust me. The thing about me, Tiffany, is I have a lot of screenshots. Hazel is going to surprise y'all in these next couple of weeks. He's really going to surprise y'all because I hear a lot of hypocrisy. I hear a lot of lies. And hey, like you said, I'm in every panel and it's for a reason. I land.
All right, let's let June baby respond.
if you look up the word obsession, all of those words you rambled according to you, it's going to be there next to your picture. Baby, if I ever followed you, it was because you were following me, and that was a pity follow. And for you to believe, and notice I'm crossing my hands when I say this and leaning forward, for you to believe that I would want to follow you for no reason is ludicrous. That was potentially or most likely a pity follow. I am never in the same space as you are, and you are not even allowed in the same spaces I frequent. And for you to say you told me or you had to block me, baby, let me show you what that
You
looks
were a
like.
stalker in
Now I'm
profile
talking.
view.
See, there
Block.
you go.
You
There
were a
you go.
stalker in
Control
profile view.
yourself, young man.
I
Control
don't.
yourself.
Here's the thing.
This is the
You
third
lived in
time
my
I've done
profile
that
views,
since
old
I've
lady,
been
and you
Hazel
talk.
talking.
mute.
You're
Now let
about
me
to get
tell
You
you.
exposed.
calling
Trust me.
her old lady mute.
No, let me tell you. Let me tell you what it looks like when you said you told. You forced me to unfollow you, and
Enunciate.
then you said you forced me to block you. Baby, if you wanted
Looking
to
at my profile
unfollow
views, it was
me
getting
or
weird.
you
Even my
wanted to
girl was like,
block
"Who's
me, all
this
you
old
had to do
lady
was
in your
push a
profile
button.
view?" It was
You
weird.
coming up here
What were
announcing
you
to the
doing watching me every
world,
day?
to
You like my content? You want to learn how to buy
Trayvon Martin's
houses?
internet.
You couldn't handle the info.
Hey, June followed me back 3 days ago, and now I'm so upset. I'm gonna unfollow her and I'm gonna block her. Do you know how you sound? June followed me because I follow her. That would be a sign of respect. Baby, I gave you some cookies. I literally tossed you a bone, a literal bone.
Last
Now,
night you
what
said
you're
you never
trying to do
followed
right
me,
now
June.
is you're
Last live you said you
scrambling
never
and you're
followed
trying
me.
to
So now
fix
you're
it
admitting to
because
following me.
everybody up
You're gonna
here
admit a
is,
lot more when
we
I'm
know
done.
how TikTok
I land.
works. We all know how TikTok works. And I wish to God that you would have threatened me and told me to block you. I would love to see what that looks like. Baby, you threatening me, you forcing me to do anything. The cackle, the cackle. You can't even control your nipples from jiggling around. So you telling me you doing something for me is hilarious. When you start working on yourself, when you prop them sisters up, the left titty, the left booby and the right booby, and you suck your belly in as if you had a BBL, but you haven't. And I'm not gonna
Everybody go to
argue
my
with a
profile
man.
and click on my picture.
I'm not gonna
Look how
argue
stupid
with a
this is.
man
6'5",
who wants to
235
argue with
muscle.
a woman
Go to my
about something
profile,
I
click on
never
my picture.
said. You're literally arguing about me saying you are obsessed with me, and yet you are falling and acting as if you are obsessed with me. Make it make sense. It don't make sense. It ain't adding up. It don't make sense. So if it
I'm
don't
gonna
make
add it
sense,
up
we
for
know it.
everybody shortly.
So there
Don't
you
worry.
go.
I'm gonna add it
This
up for
has to be.
everybody.
You are Exhibit J by now. I trigger you. I trigger you.
Trigger me. I
You
just
don't
like
expect
talking. I
me
talk when I want.
looking. I'm
All right,
140
Hazel,
pounds on a wet day.
stop,
You don't expect
stop.
this to come out of my mouth.
June baby, hold on. June
We
baby, you
gotta
gotta
at least put her
land.
on the timer, Poetic.
Hazel, you gotta stop interrupting. June baby, if you could land, we gotta go around.
Ma'am, I will say one more triggering thing to this soft jawline nigga. Your jawline is so soft that if you grew a beard, it would make your
What
face
is a
fall
jawline?
down. Your
Hey, what is a
jawline is
jawline?
so
Jaw.
soft, you
JAW.
couldn't
Enunciate your words. It
smile
only takes a
and
second.
have a chin at the same time. Your jawline is so soft. It's going to fall the next time you cough. Okay? So go ahead and
You watching me?
unmute.
They got
There
you
you go.
watching me.
You are my favorite obsessor. You can't help every time you hear me speak. It bothers you. And I love it.
Reminds me when I get a
I
grandmother.
love it.
You
I
got
love
bigger and
talking about
miserable.
niggas with nipples.
Okay,
Thank
we
you.
can't use the N word. Let's get some fruits in the chat. We cannot use those words. Let's say ninja. Let's be careful of
I
our
apologize.
words.
Man,
Hazel, mute. Everyone, please mute. Let's be careful of our words. I am a new host. I need TikTok to broadcast my lives. That's why y'all gonna be sharing to people because I have to broadcast my own. Okay, because there's way too much profanity that be going on this panel. I need y'all to stand on business and use TikTok friendly language. Passport, go ahead. You can answer the first two questions.
Yeah, it says black men are lazy and can provide. Oh, I'm sorry. Black men are too emotional. Well, I think the matriarchy type of black men are emotional for sure. The pro single mom type of black men are most definitely emotional. As a matter of fact, there's some studies to support this claim. And first of all, let's go over the difference between emotions and logic. Now, you know what a person is emotional if they side with arguments that appeals to emotions, such as stories and personal attacks. But the type of people who deals in logic, they like factual arguments such as statistics. We all know that on my side, Red Pillars and Passport Bros, we deal in statistics and studies. So this is the logical side. The side who likes storytelling and personal experience, that's emotions. So the personal experience storytelling people, they're more emotional. The logical people are more dealings in studies and facts, and of course that's my side, right? And so as a matter of fact, a study called Mother's Academic Gender Stereotypes and Education Related Beliefs About Sons and Daughters shows that black American women are prioritizing their daughter's education and neglecting their son's education. And education is a greatly enhances logical thinking, right? So since these single moms are basically neglecting their son's education, these type of inward user type of guys are less likely to be educated because of their own mothers. The study is by Dana Wood, Beth Kurtz Costas, and Stephanie J. Rowley. Okay, this is a peer-reviewed study. So, and men who are more emotional are more likely to commit crime. Study shows unalivings is usually uh, pertaining to a deep emotional connection, including when they unalive their own women. So yes, these matriarchy type of men are emotional, not us. The patriarchy men, we're more logical. Also, there's another study that shows authoritarian parenting style, which is, according to studies, it's more common among single moms. Authoritarian parenting style put more emphasis on control rather than reasoning. So if you teach your kid through controlling instead of reasoning, they're going to grow up to be less reasonable, which is logic. So here are two studies that is linked to emotional black men. One is single moms, and black American women make up the majority of single moms, which are more likely to practice authoritarian parenting style, which leans more towards control rather than reasoning and logic. And the other study about black women prioritizing their daughters' education. And by the way, study shows they have high expectations for their daughters' education and low expectation for their sons' education. The high expectations for kids causes them to have more motivation. The low expectation for kids causing them to lack motivation. So the low expectations for their son's education causes low motivations, which
All
decrease.
right, Passport, you've been dropped. I let you write out with a long introduction. You've been dropped. Again, a Money Pow Pow drops you. Don't take offense to me. That's part of the rules. I do not drop anyone. The mods do not drop anyone. The people of the live, for the live, can make decisions on drop. But anybody, if you want to say Passport spot, go ahead and send anything higher than a Money Pow Pow that dropped him, and you can go ahead and get his spot back. Again, if you want to go ahead and drop him, you definitely can. Just send something higher than a Money Pow Pow, and we will get him back on the panel if you want to go ahead and save his spot. Okay. With that being said, if we can continue to tap, we're almost at 50K. He said, according to studies, that BOK mothers focus on their daughters' education more than their sons. Um, Magic, what's your thoughts on that? King, I'm waiting to see your shares. You'll be able to come in soon. Magic, what's your thoughts on that? Is that true? Do you know about that study?
The study that Passport was talking about, I'm not aware of the study, but uh based on the information that he typically puts out, it's probably reliable. Um from what I heard, he's talking about matriarchal men who are raised in matriarchal dominant families, and kind of how it affects them. I don't think it's healthy for men to be raised in that environment, and I think we can see the effects of that in our community. When you guys are referring to a lot of these men that y'all be dating and dealing with and complaining about on this app, those are the men that are raised by those women. Those are the men that do not have that emotional control, that don't have the ability to, uh, perform, uh, provide, all these things that you guys complain about. Those are the men that are raised in these matriarchal settings, raised emotional, raised to be essentially be woman, internally, and y'all complain about it, right? Y'all complain about essentially the men you raise, and that's really a big problem. If you want things to change, then you're gonna have to see the value of having a man in the house, and what that can do for the children in the community and how it can change them. But I just feel like a lot of you guys just don't know how to keep a man at the end of the day, and it's pretty easy to see because your attitudes are pretty horrible. I don't see why any man who's worth anything would want to spend time with a lot of these women, because they're just not really quality, and that's why they can only attract the men that they don't want. But that's the best they can do. If they could do better, they wouldn't be on here talking about these type of men. They would be getting men that they could brag about, but they just don't have that ability. That's why I was just trying to offer my services to June Baby to see if she needed help. And Goddess or whoever, whichever woman here, if you need help,
I don't want these problems, my little nigga.
I'll help you.
be better women so you guys can attract men that you don't have to come online and complain about all day. And it'll be hard work. I know it'll be hard work. It'll be a lot of work, to be quite honest with you. But if you guys put in the effort and work on yourselves, you might be able to attract somebody of caliber, and you can get off of TikTok and maybe have a relationship, you know, and not be a single mom or passed around like you guys are doing now, unfortunately. But it's up to you guys. I'll just land my plane with that.
Hold on, hold on. Everyone, please mute. So, Magic, you're saying BOK women are usually being passed around and being single moms? That's what you just
Whoa,
said.
whoa, whoa, whoa! I didn't say be okay, woman. That never came out of my mouth. Poetic,
You
stop.
said essentially you
Stop.
guys, and the topic is BOK men
Yeah.
and women. So
No, no, no.
let's
It's the
hold
women
on,
on this
Magic. Let me
panel. That's what I'm
finish.
saying.
You just
Okay.
said you guys are being passed around and made single moms. The topic is BOK people. So you're either talking about the men or the women when you say that. I need you to stand on business. Go ahead, Magic.
All right. So I'm gonna stand on business. It's not BLK woman. Like I said, there's BLK woman out here. You women typically refer to them as
And
pimp.
what were you referring to when you said you guys are being made single moms and being passed around? Who were you
I'm
talking about?
I'm talking about the women who are being made single moms and passed around. It's not all BLK women. It's gonna be a subset of y'all that that just don't know how to keep a man, and it's just unfortunate. It's just a skill, and it's a skill that you guys can learn if you put in the work. But it just doesn't seem like maybe mental health is the issue here. From what I see, is just don't have the ability to just mentally get yourselves together and be attractive to men who have value. It's unfortunate though, but I feel like with some work, you guys can get it together.
Okay, if you can land there. King, I'm still waiting to see your 10 shares. You'll be next. Ghost, I seen your shares. You can go ahead and answer the first two prompts.
Hey, what's going on? It says BLK men are too emotional. BLK men are lazy and can't provide. No. Well, let me get on the emotional part real quick. First of all, you have a lot of women that say that men don't show a lot of emotion. So now that they're showing it, I guess that's not good enough for them. Most women are actually too hard to figure out. You guys want a lot of things. I don't know. The providing part, no, I'm not lazy at all. I'm always clean and moving around. I know how to get to the money. I'll keep it short and sweet like that.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move around the panel. June, baby, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
I think the men are so profound when they speak. I really think you guys have so much to offer to the community when you speak. I mean, you guys are so articulate. You guys are so original with your speeches. It's sad. Like, the question literally says, Black men are too emotional, yet you always somehow bring it back to Black women. I will never understand, and I will not even give my voice the disrespect of responding to that little young person at the bottom. There's definitely giving short energy. But the question is literally say, all of the questions say BLK men. All of them. The first two words of each of these questions is BLK men. I cannot figure out how we always end up talking about BLK women. Please express to me, men, why you cannot stand up and say, you know what, we are as a group, and this is what I plan to do better. You know why you can't? Because you don't have an identity. You are obsessed with us, literally obsessed with us. I don't know if you want to be us or you want to hump us. Pick one, because you can't stand on chart. Listening to you, Magic, and listen to all you gentlemen speak. I don't care how many times you apologize, Ghost. I don't trust you. You will never get my respect. Listening to you men is like watching y'all try to pick up the clean and the doo-doo. Y'all ramble and you stutter and you go back to speaking about one specific person, namely me, because I won't give you that attention. It's weird. It's giving I'm obsessed. I can't focus on doing better for my community because I must degrade and attack this woman because I need to know who she's having sex with. I need to know what her sexual proclivities are. I just need to know. I gotta know that I hope that no men are talking to her. Why? Why are you so busy? Why are you so concerned with my personal life when the question clearly states be okay men? But yet you still concerned about women. Make it make sense to me because I will never understand that. This is why y'all are where y'all are. You can't see the forest for the trees. You can't focus on what's right in front of you. You know why? Because you stop and you say, squirrel, every time you see a rat. It's weird. It's weird. And you get up on these internets and you talk about the very women that you want to lay down with. How does that make sense? You speak ill of the very women that you want to come around. Excuse me, excuse my French, but it doesn't make sense. Because when I like somebody, I do good stuff. I do nice stuff. I say little sweet things and, send little gifts and monies and so forth. I do that stuff. I've never thought, hey, I like by all means, let me say some nasty, degrading things about him online just so I can get his attention. I don't know who taught you that, but it's not working. You will get more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. It's weird. It's weird. It's like you guys are stuck in a stupid place and you can't find your way out because you're using a spoon. I yield.
That was groundbreaking. We're almost at 50K. King, what's going on with you? Can you share the live value? You just wanted to hold the box.
I already did 15.
I did not see it. Can you by all means, if you can share the live out to 10 people, I'll come to you next. King, if you don't mind, if you could just go ahead and share the live out I'm watching now. Let's take this little commercial break. If everyone can tap, let's get it to 50K. Also, heart me by my name. That is important.
With another
If you
10.
haven't heart me, okay, I see it. If you have not heart me by my name, please go ahead and do that. King, what's your answers to the first two questions?
Yeah, I'm in alliance with what Ghost said. No, we're not lazy, and I'm speaking directly for myself. We the men that are in the community that are not majority of us that are oppressed and not, stuck in bad situations, are helping the community. We're doing what we need to do for our families. We're doing what we need to do for our communities. Personally, for me, I was a teacher, and I'm gonna keep it really, really short. I was a teacher in a community, a social worker in my community, did after school in my community, a counselor in my community, a director in my community. I've helped out many, many young people in my community, coaching, doing different activities for my neighborhood. Miss Wife Mom is very false and facetious for you to say that we don't come back to our hood, because that's what we actually do. We come back to our neighborhoods and help them out as much as we can. We do actually do the work in the communities. You just do not see it. For you to say that we do not come to our communities and help out is very wrong of you to say that. Not directing any at you, because yes, you can say I came to squabble today. I will say I'll stand on business and say I'll squabble today. And just to go off the conversation, Miss June, we love you. You know why we love you? Because we feel bad for you. And I know you're not gonna be able to come off of mute because what I'm about to say. The only reason why we love you is because we know that you're a quick and easy fix. You're a quick and
You're
easy. There you
obsessed
go.
with
There
me.
you go. Yes, I am obsessed with you because all you are is a quick fuck. That's all you're good for. And it's clear. All you like is that angry moaning stuff. That's what you like. That's all you're good for, Miss June baby. And I heard Miss Wife Mom say that she's a single mom. I didn't know that she was. So I'm glad she has a pick me of a husband that takes care of her. But then back to Miss June. You follow people around on panels, and you also go around talking about black men. We
You
also know
short dick
that
lily.
you don't know. Stay on mute because we didn't interrupt you. Stay on mute. It's my turn to talk because I'm gonna make it real quick. You follow men all around talking about black men, and yet every panel that you on, you have never said anything good about black men or women.
I
Period.
don't follow
So
you.
again, ma'am,
What
stay on
is
mute. Ma'am, stay on mute. Stop trying to respond because nobody's gonna rebuttal with you and come off a mute for you. Stay on mute. Thank you. So again, you're only good for recreational use, and these are the women we're talking about. Miss Nyara or Goddess, whatever her name, that's only what you're good for. Yes, so yes, we are obsessed with the women who are obsessed with just making us angry and doing anything else so we can use them as recreational use. That's what you're good for. The women that are actually quiet and docile are the women that we actually want, not you. You're just the one that we pass on the side and we call on a Tuesday and say, "Hey, can I get my rocks off?" And you gladly come because you know what we do? We dangle some change over your head and you come running because that's what you're good for. Now, play. Now, I want you to call out. Put your speaker up. Tell Alexa to play Scrubs. Play Scrubs because that's what you are. When the women will talk about men, you're actually a scrub. So play. Tell Alexa to play that one.
Okay, King, you've been dropped. Again, King, you've been dropped with a money pow pow. Again, you guys, that's not my drops. I don't drop people. I leave it up to the people, for the people to make the decisions on drops. If everyone can tap the screen, let's get the likes up. Let's get it to 50K. If everyone can tap the screen, I wanna hear June baby. Let's let her respond, even though he's in the comments. If anybody wants to save his spot, just send something higher than a money pow pow. King, if you want to save your spot, you can send something higher than a money pow pow. And we're almost to 50K, you guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, mods, for making mod announcements. By all means, you will be next. Go ahead, June baby.
When I tell you the obsession that these young men have for me is real, all you got to do is listen to it. We hear y'all. It's okay. It's okay. Yes, you can pump my gas when I go back to the gas station. That's the only attention you'll get from me. Here's one more.
1 second.
That's the closest you're going to get to my breath on your face. Okay, so you crashing out and saying all these things about me, I didn't listen. I was going to get upset. I really was. But then somebody in the comments said, look at your picture.
One
And so I,
second, June. King, you can come back up. I just sent you an invite. Again, King, you can come back up. If everyone can tap the screen. If you're sending a money pow pow to drop someone, make sure you send it to me. Don't send it to a panelist because it doesn't count as a drop.
Hey, host, can you tap the screen
Hold
on the
on.
panel?
Yeah, you can. But let me keep the show going. You guys, let's all tap the screen, whether you're in the panel or the comments. If you want to drop someone, send the money pow pow to me and drop their name in the chat. June, go ahead.
I ran over to his page like an Audi on the racetrack. And I was not shocked at what I saw. But let me tell you what I did see on TV. And, in case you haven't gone over there. What you see is a man who has stopped growing in the fifth grade, but has failed to stop eating. Instead of expanding your mind, you choose to effectively expand your body. But that's okay. You do what makes you good. You do what makes you feel good. Vaseline would help. A little bit of Vaseline would help, but I'm not going to give you the Vaseline. You're going to have to buy it yourself. I took your picture. When I get offline, I'm going to drop it into Google search because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get something back. You look like a felon. What else can I say about you? I'm not even going to rag on your dressing or your lack of education when you speak. I lied, I will. You dress like a clown. Sir, you are not allowed by children. You are not allowed near children. And to sit up here and say you have a degree and that you are a teacher? Come on. Come on. We know you're lying. Not only are you a teacher, you're a guidance counselor, a football coach, a lawnmower guy. You do landscaping and roofing. Yeah, all that. And I bet you make 8 figures too. Right? So I like when y'all come up here and tell these stories on the internet as if we don't see you're poor. Literally, we can look at your pictures and tell you're poor. I can tell you use Dollar Tree lotion. Okay? So I want to send you a few dollars so you can get a line up because I'm not your problem. Your problem would be going to the barber shop, seeing if they will take you, seeing how long they make you wait in them chairs before somebody actually say, you ready, boss? I know this. I know this because I hang around men. I know how men think, but you don't because you don't hang around men. You hang around the internet. I bet you have several cell phones, several
No, Miss
accounts on
June
each
baby.
cell
This for
phone.
you.
Look
This for
at you.
you, Miss June baby.
Several accounts on each cell phone. Several accounts so you can come up here and get back on it. Hey, let me get at Juneteenth because she said something that struck a chord in my life, my daddy's life, and my granddaddy's life. She read
This
my
for you,
entire
Miss
family
June
for
baby. Look,
filth
this for
with
you.
saying just a
This for
few
you. Look.
words,
Hold on,
a
this for you.
few minor words
This for
about my
you.
personality to my
Not a
looks, and that
teacher,
triggered
right?
you.
Hold on. Look,
Again,
this for
this
you.
topic was about BLK
I'm not
men.
a teacher
Each
though.
question begins with
Not a teacher?
BLK men,
Oh,
and yet
got him wrong.
you are obsessed
Got
with
him wrong.
Juneteenth. You are obsessed with me. You are
Oh,
obsessed with who's in my
oh.
DMs and who I might be smelling at and who might be smelling my cooch. You're upset. It's weird. I don't know you, young man. It's weird. I think we need to.
Oh,
Can somebody give me information on
that
how
doesn't
to
say
get a
teacher assist.
restraining order? Because you seem to know far more about me than I care for you to.
Teacher assistant at all.
Okay,
At
you
We
all.
see
guys.
your
All right,
six-figure
all right.
job.
King, you gotta stay on
I'm
mute.
tired of
June
y'all.
baby,
I hope
go
that
ahead.
everybody else is tired of you guys. It's corny. It's weird. You, King, Magic, Ghost, Demarcus, you guys are weirdos. I'm going to pass the ball to by all means, but this is getting weird. It's getting boring. We know you're obsessed. We know you're short. We know you're ugly. Like you're all the things. We get it. The incel things, you checked them all off. That is you. But coming onto the internet and attempting to excuse me, attempting to assassinate my character because you don't have one is very weird, odd, instead of attacking the prompt. But yet you're a leader. Yet you're for the community. You love children and you help children and you see everything that's going on, but yet you're yelling at a woman online. But go ahead, we believe that you help the children. We believe that. Because we see how you respect the women. We definitely believe that. You guys can't help but show who you are. You come online pretending to be one person, but your slip always shows. You're weird. I yield.
Wow, wow, wow. Another groundbreaking message from June Baby. We're almost there, you guys. Let's tap the screen. Let's get it to 60K. If you have not heart me by my name today, please go ahead and heart me by my name. My panel is about standing on business. I let people be their true selves, and let's have a real conversation. And as I always say, it's a great day for a real conversation. I want to hear from, by all means, if you can answer the first two questions. Well, before he does that, the person sent a money pow pow. If you cannot drop someone by sending money pow pow to a panelist. You have to send it to my box. The person that I brought up in King's spot, go ahead and send your request back up. I had to drop you because his spot was not actually dropped, so I had to bring him back up. It's only fair. Um, by all
Pow
means, you
pow.
can go ahead.
Um, Thank you, sister. So yes, to answer the first two prompts, clearly we have fact-based evidence as of this conversation that we are in fact too emotional, and it's as I always say, it's usually extremely ironic that we don't give the oppressor the same energy. These same Negroes will again clock in today at 9 o'clock, and yes, boss their ass all the way till 5, and won't say
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't want to interrupt you.
okay.
No profanity. I am a new creator.
Sure,
So,
sure,
and let's say ninja instead of
sure,
the grows or
sure,
heroes or something. Go ahead.
sure. Um, and then to answer the second one, um, you know, we are, and I keep hearing this term as a derogatory when we say we. If and I always have to use this analogy when it comes to us BLK brothers. If if a sister experiences violence at the hands of three brothers in a row, is she not supposed and designed to be suspicious of the fourth brother, right? And let me give you a clearer example of why that applies to all of us. If either one of you brothers on this panel harms a sister, she's entitled to say and feel that all of us are a danger. If you've ever been beat by 12, 12 being the police, if you ever been a victim of police, it would be safe as a BLK man to assume that the next time you get pulled over, the next cop that you have an interaction with would have the same implication for you that the last one did. Now, these are two different police officers, but as a as a BLK man, it's okay for you to be suspicious of all police based on your interaction with a few, right? So that same analogy applies to the black woman's experience. When I hear brothers talk about the community and the things they do in the community, and then in the very next breath about the things they do to uplift just imagine this. Imagine me saying, I pour into my community. And then out of the second deep breath that I take, I tell a sister who I have disagreements with because I can't control my emotions. I say she ain't nothing else than something to sleep with. She ain't nothing else but something to bang, right? She ain't nothing else but something to possibly impregnate, right? In this community that I just claimed out of the other side of my mouth to have love for and to pour into. So I understand why we at the bottom of the totem pole. So when I hear brothers proclaim that we are something that we are not, I always ask brothers, if you can find stats and facts to use an argument against black women, that's fine. Go ahead and find them. Now, we must also be able to take the criticism in which we claim to want to give, right? It's only fair. If you got stats to pull up about single motherhood and she can't raise a man and she picked poorly, all right, that's fine. But then we must also eat the same humble pie that we trying to pass slices out for. Because she can say with clarity that we are at the bottom of all socioeconomic scales, brother. We are the least educated group of men. We earn the least, right? We commit disproportionately the most violent crimes against the BLK women and the BLK child, right? Those are all stats that can be proven. So it's clear, and that I've accepted my role as a simp. I've accepted my role as a panderer. As I always say, if I'm going to pander to any group of women, should it not be the women that I choose to want a relationship with or claim to want one, right? And I just need to say this lastly. You know, I just find it mostly ironic. I never trust a brother. I never trust a black man, a BLK man. I never trust him when he starts off his argument with I do this for the community. And you remove yourself from the Negroes that you know destroyed it. If you actually in the community, brother, like you say you are, and this applies to any of us, if you actually in the community, in the hood, then you can't possibly be in denial of who's helping to destroy the community you claim to be trying to fix. Why would you have a job to do to fix something? Huh? If the community was doing great and the shit was excelling and it wasn't Negroes out here committing crimes and hurting our sisters, what the fuck would you need to tell us? Excuse me. Why would you need to tell us that you in the community doing things to fix something? There wouldn't be nothing to fix, brother. Right? Everything would be copacetic. You in the community to do the work because who destroys it? Who's in partly responsible, right, for helping to do the work to undo the work you claim to be doing? Who is it? Who do they look like? Who do they sound like? I don't see large groups of sisters out there unaliving each other. If we keeping it a buck, I don't see large groups of sisters out there. You know what? I'm trying to watch my words because this ain't my life. But we just don't hold each other accountable. I don't care how many pictures you hold there, brother. I got 17,000 pictures of me standing in the classroom, and I wasn't teaching not one class. And I used to be a
Those
teacher.
kids have permission to be online.
You know, I just find it ironic. You know, that, look, I don't go against your accolades, brother. You know, if you were a teacher, congratulations to those students. I hope you earned a degree to teach them with, brother. I don't have no problem with you. All I'm simply saying is, brother, is that if you need to tell us how great you are, you ain't as great as you think you are. If you need to do a checklist of your resume, brother, we ain't know who the hell you were. If you were so keen on being out there in the community and you was out there doing the work, brother, somebody would have heard your name. We don't know who you are, brother. Clearly, the work you do in the community is limited to 6 blocks because we ain't know who you were until you started saying you a plumber, you Bob the Builder, you doing that, brother. What I want to see evidence of it. Like I got evidence. You can go to my page and see clear evidence of the work that I do, bro. If I tell you that I'm building something, I got evidence that I have a hammer. If I tell you that I'm a car mechanic, I got evidence of me building one. Right? I don't see no evidence but you holding a picture from 1983 that you were standing in the classroom and you just happened to be in a shot. I mean, if we keeping it a buck, bro.
Wow, that was groundbreaking. We're almost to 60K. If everyone can tap the screen, I am going to come around so more people can chime in. Remember, if you want to drop someone, send a money pow pow to me. Put their name in the chat. Mods, go ahead and request up. Let's get the taps up to 60K, you guys. Thanks everyone who put a heart me. If you haven't done a heart me by my name, please go ahead and do that. King, what's your thoughts on what by all means just said?
Yeah, you claim to say that you are in the community again, and like I said, it's not nothing it's not nothing to show, man. Come on, man. I got thousands of videos. These are my classmates right here, man. Just schooling them in a little bit of basketball, You could talk all that mess and
Their
feel that people are
mothers know
not.
you're posting them on.
Tell them that they're not doing all these
June, we
things and
gotta
say
wait.
all these stuff about how people are not in the community. No, I'm gonna post my accolades because, like you said, you're a panderer and you're a simp.
King, you might want to put like your camera off because I know you got to ask for permission to because I work in those environments. You always have to get the parents' permission and signature to put them on any type of camera.
This is a video in my community. So again, we wanna say
I'm
things and
just
just
giving you a heads up if you from your perspective.
I'm
But
just showing the
if
proof.
you feel like you're okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just showing the proof that this is me and my community helping out my community and doing the things that this panderer said that men are not doing and that we don't need to post our accolades, but yet he contradicted himself and said that he posts his stuff that he does and he has stuff on his page. So again, like I said, that's me right there shooting the lights out on my guys, getting some shots up, getting some little things going on. But I got many more videos, more stuff to go on. Y'all say all these things and y'all contradict yourself. Instead of talking about the women, you're you're
Okay,
you're
you guys, I don't want that too much in my chat.
instead of talking
You
about
have
the women
to
that are actually not doing anything
mute.
in their communities and not any bringing any growth. You want to direct yourself to the men that clearly you can see in this
All
video that
right,
are actually doing
King,
something.
could you turn your camera and you guys, can we not put that language in my chat? I'm gonna have to mute you, but you can come back. Um, let's let's tap the screen and put some fruits in the chat. If everyone can mute their mic, this is mind-boggling, leaping lizards. Let's everyone tap the screen. Moz, let's get some mod announcements. If you put the L word in my chat, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you because I don't want that in my chat. That's gonna bring like a concern if everyone keeps saying that. Let's tap. Let's get the likes up. Let's drop some fruits in the chat. If you see anyone put the L word, LEG, you know the rest, go ahead and mute them for 5 minutes, mods. And let's continue to tap this screen. Let's get the taps up. We're almost at 60K. Let's get it to 70K. Go ahead and put some more fruits, some more hearts in my chat. Definitely appreciate you guys. I want to go to Ghost. Ghost, what's your thoughts on the exchange between By All Means and King? And then you can
Uh,
add whatever you wanted to add.
let me. The problem is that I'm seeing is us as a race going at each other all the time. Now he said he was a panda in a sense. I never heard none of these words until I got on here, honestly, which I really don't care about. Um, the funny thing is, instead of uplifting each other, it shouldn't be a competition on who does what and how everything does when it comes down to how we all supposed to be as people in the community. Like you don't need to broadcast everything you do. And this is not going against either one of the guys that was talking. This is how I see you helping the community. Just doing it because that's what you feel like doing for the kindness in your heart, whether it's things that you didn't have growing up, if it's things that you wanted to do differently in the community or things like that. Nobody's putting a pew to anybody's head and telling them to go out there and do these things, whether it's me as a barber cutting hair for free, doing back to school haircuts, things like that, giving nice clothes and things to kids that's less fortunate, washing cars, cutting grass, shoveling snow, you name it, blah, blah, blah. Now let me get to June, because I'm only going to say this one last time. June, you're sitting here talking about people being on your heels, right? Every time I come on the panel, you just gotta utter my name. I don't utter your name. You understand what I'm saying? And you keep saying my name over and over and over and over again. I done said this on like 50 other panels. I don't think it's getting through to your thick skull. You say you're so educated. Well, here's a little bit of common sense for you. Stop uttering my name. Just stop. You keep saying ghost every 5 minutes. You put me in the category of other people. That's another thing we do. Stop putting me in the category of anybody else. If I got a problem with you, I told you multiple times, there's other ways that we can get this problem out of here. But you keep coming at me. Your people's even told you to drop it. And every time you get on some kind of panel, you got to say something that you think is degrading. Let me give you some facts. Number one, I'm far from broke. Number two, I'm far from ugly. Number three, I'm self employed. Why? Because I can be. If you need any more, I can give you some more, Jim. So I'm gonna land that plane right there. Do me a favor, June. You said you educated. Watch my lips. Stop uttering my name, and I'll land right there.
June, since he addressed you, you can't respond. And I'm gonna come back around. Be okay, Betty. Welcome to the panel. If you can share the live out to 10 people. Go ahead, June.
You say? I had
Would
my
you like
volume
to
down. Do
respond
that.
to him?
You know what? We can look at him and see he's a loser. I will always, and I have never been a liar about it. I'm on you Nignock's heels. Every time I see you ninjas up here speaking ill of black women, guess who face gonna be there? Mine. Cause you know what? I love black women. I genuinely love black women. If you get upset, so I don't give a damn. I don't care. You can unalive. You can dip yourself in peanut butter. I don't care. But every time you see me, you better know my message will always be the same. And specifically for you, sir, you are trash. You are trash. I have seen you degrade women. You have degraded me. So no, your apology means nothing. But if you still need attention, boom, there you go. Attention. Boom, you got it. Attention. Now back to the topic. Again, the first two words are very clear. Black men. But as you can see, they scared. They won't even talk to each other. They would rather talk to me about why they can't do what they're doing, about why I'm being vocal about what they're not doing. They are, it's again, like I said, the analogy before, squirrel, they can't focus. Squirrel can't focus. Come on back. And you guys want to be regarded as the leaders. The leaders are sitting here yelling and fussing at the women. How does that make sense? Where on earth does that? I ain't never seen Barack fuss with Michelle or Sasha or the other one for nothing while he's leading the country. That'll never happen. And as much as I hate the orange Cheerio, I ain't never seen him argue with Melania on nothing. Nothing. Y'all don't know how weak y'all look. You look weak. You look weak as a cooked piece of spaghetti. You just up here, I do this, I do that. I'm posting pictures. Look, look, look. I hope the parents, and I wanted you to know I took a recording of you sharing those babies' pictures. I took recordings of all of that. And you better not ever tell me where you work. It better not ever slip up because I'm telling. You know why? Because I'm a mom and that's my job. When I see a man disrespecting children online in my face, I'ma say it. And that was inappropriate. You sharing pictures of children who do not have verbal or written consent to be on TikTok. You put my baby on TikTok without my permission, sir. You don't care about the community. You care about being right. You care about making a point. You care about making it look like you are something that you are not, which is weird to me. Because if you are what you say you are, you don't have to prove it by showing pictures. It would come out with your words, with your actions. A man who is about the community is about that action. But no, we don't. I don't see flyers of you saying you're doing a food drive or flyers of you saying you're doing a shoe drive or anything. No. You're always on this internet crying to black women. And now you have the audacity to try to further your lies, which you said you were, let's go back, you were a teacher, a janitor, a counselor, a landscaper, and a mentor, and as well as a football coach. How do you have time to be on TikTok? If you're all, King said he's all those things. How do you have time to be on TikTok, King, if you're doing all of those things and yet you still have time to take videos of those children while you're doing those things and share them with us? Unsolicited. That sounds unhealthy. That does not sound like a man I want
Off
around my
that.
children. Can you hear me speaking? Tap, tap, tap. Is this thing on? Because I hear a male's voice. Why is that? Tap, tap, tap. Is
I
this
told you
thing
to
on?
speak.
Tap, tap. And you see, you're always going to be the exhibit D, the exhibit doofus, because you can't help yourself. I must talk while a woman's
Oh,
talking
wait, hold
because
on,
she's
June.
hurting my
Let me
feelings.
say
Although I
something
talked
real
about
quick.
her, I'm
Hold
going
on,
to
June.
talk
One
over
second.
her.
Let's continue to tap. Let's get it to 70K. King, I'm just telling you, I'm not sure. I would say maybe don't share that because you already made a point. You already shared it. Maybe not continue, but let's not use the L word in the chat, you guys. Mods, if you could check the mod messages box. But June baby, if you could go ahead and land.
And like I was saying, I see you. We all see you. I literally took off my glasses so I can get a better look at you. You are the clowns. You are the clowns. We can't respect you. I will never respect you. Literally, when you begin to speak in that monotone voice and you think you sound like Future or some other rapper, I don't listen. I literally tune out. I wish that you guys would find a real mentor. Someone with some spine and some backbone, because y'all jellyfish. I wish I want that for y'all so bad. I do. I do. And I'm sorry, King, you are a king at, at, at your timing. Your timing must be impeccable for you to be able to do all of those things. And yet, every time I log on you online, how do you do it? Please teach me how I can compartmentalize my time between being a teacher, a landscaper. You said you were a doctor and a lawyer, and now you're on TikTok. How you keep doing all those things? I you.
Leaping lizards. Now that was groundbreaking, June. Be okay, Betty. I'm gonna be with you in a moment. By all means, been waiting to go. Go ahead, by all means.
Thank you. You know, I'm not going to get into, what the brother above said. But, if we fail to acknowledge, right, and he's right on something, if we fail to acknowledge as men, um, let me just be clear about something. You see, I've kept my comments to be okay men. I've never in my life felt the need to address a sister because I'm able to control my emotions. It's funny how we allow someone the ability to make us say something out of our character, and we claim to be such high character men. Um, you know, I'll never. And what I said, to be concise, is that you can go to my page. I don't have to tell you what I'm doing for the community. You can go see it for yourself. I don't have to sit here and give you an itemized deduction of every single thing that I do. Not only because I don't have to, but because the people whose lives are impacted by the things I do, they speak. They verify. And one of the things that we always want badges for as black men is for being decent, doing the right thing. We want somebody to give us some kind of acknowledgement that we are not like the others, right? I'm different. Okay. I give to my community, right? And I can't speak for the actions of other brothers, but I know what I do. And that's the problem. That's the problem. As BLK men, we are not listening, right, to the impacts that other brothers that don't do what you doing are having on the impacts of what you claim to be doing. This is the problem. There are other brothers in the community undoing the things you claim to be doing for the community, which is the problem. So if my criticism isn't relegated to facts, and I gotta be like, you know what? The only thing you good for is smashing. Well, brother, that's one of the problems that BLK men do in a damn community that you claim to love so much. Hit and run and leave responsibilities behind. So again, on one hand, you can't show pictures of you out here teaching kids to be basketball players.
One
And
second, by all means. I'm sorry.
sure, sure.
June, you've been dropped with a galaxy. Just sorry, June, you have been dropped. It's fair on all sides. If anybody wants to save June baby spot, just go ahead and send something higher than a galaxy to go ahead and save her spot. Go ahead, by all means.
I'm almost done, sis.
No,
It's
you
just
take your time. You're good.
it's just again, we can't seem to remain focused on us. The prompt is clear. right? The prompt don't mention sisters in the very least, right? It mentions our behavior. And again, instead of speaking to each other, about, yeah, brother, I may not do that, but I ain't gonna sit here and cap. Yeah, we know a whole bunch of brothers in the community that do participate in this nonsense. June may have said a few things that I disagree with, but you know what? I'm gonna keep myself focused. I'm gonna keep my emotions in check, and I'm gonna just go ahead and respond to the prompt and keep it at that. She's allowed to have her opinion. I disagree. I don't like the way that she's selectively choosing to characterize me, but she's entitled to that opinion. All love and respect to the sister, and get back to the prompt. We can't do that. We can't do that. Again, when as soon as we get pulled over, it's a license, drive license, registration, and insurance. Oh, yes, sir. Right with you, sir. Again, we ain't got no smoke for the oppressor, but the moment a sister got some kind of criticism, right? We got all kind of words for her. I ain't seen a brother stand in front of a judge and curse him out yet. I ain't seen a brother stand in front of a prosecutor who's getting ready to sentence you to 20 years and curse him out yet. I ain't seen a brother stand in front of no law enforcement agency and curse him out yet because he ain't got no smoke. She right. We ain't got no backbones. The only times you ever see one is if you went to the Natural Museum of History and looked at skeletons. Right? Again, because we lose, like the sister said, and we got to be honest. She right. Squirrel. We lose focus. The moment she says something that could potentially apply to us, here we go. Instead of saying, you know what, sister, I disagree with how you characterize me, but I'm gonna keep my emotions in check and just go on and continue to talk about the prompt, which is why I was brought up here in the first place, to speak on the prompt. Again, man, we literally we be running smack dead into their point, bro. We run head first into every sister's point about us not having the ability to control my emotions and telling us what we do for the community, even though you slipped it in, bro. You was criticizing me for what I said, but then you slipped it in, bro. Cause I ain't gotta mention that I get free haircuts. I ain't gotta mention that I get back our clothes, and you slipped it in there. The very thing you accused me of, you slipped it on in there to make sure that you got your
Prompt says we're
accolades out.
lazy, and I showed the picture, my
No,
guy.
I'm
no, no,
not
no.
talking
You
about
gotta
you,
let
bro.
him land. Go ahead and land by all means. If we
Sure.
could continue to tap, we're almost to 80K.
I wasn't talking about you, bro. Again, control your emotions. You were sitting there getting on the sister for unmuting her mic. Control yourself, brother. I was referring to the brother above, right? It's okay to criticize each other, be okay, man. It's okay to hold each other accountable. It's okay. It don't make you a panderer. It don't make you a simp. It don't make you anything else than other than a brother. That if you hold the larger country accountable for how they treat us, it's only fair that we hold each other accountable for the community in which we live in. It's only fair that I listen to another brother criticize me, right? That's who I have fellowship with. That's who I have kinship with, right? That's who I have close proximity to, right? It's okay for you to tell me, brother, I don't like the way you moving. I don't like the way you talking. I don't like the way you objectifying. Like, just calm it out, brother. And then give me examples of how I can be better and keep it moving. Man, we just always emotional about something, which is why we feed into the narrative that we are not emotional beings, like capable of controlling it. Like we walk smooth dead into a sister's point every time she brings it up. I'm done.
Wow. Very groundbreaking. King, what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, yeah, he's saying the same thing that I just said. We stayed on topic. You talking about we ran smack that me, Ghost, and everybody on the panel are saying what you're doing. You're still diminishing the fact that I show proof, I show evidence. Whether I showed it and you didn't like it, that's your problem. Again, sir, I showed that I'm a pillar in my community by being a teacher, by being a coach, by being a mentor and a counselor in my community. So stop talking about the people that are not doing that because we know the reason why. You sound like an older gentleman. You know why. And you keep saying, oh, talk to the YT man. We'll talk to the YT man. I want to see you go talk to show me proof that you're doing that. Show me proof that you're going to YT man and talking to them. You're not doing that. So the same way you're not doing that, stop telling other people. That's the problem. Y'all so hypocrites.
King, hold on. Sorry. King, you've been dropped. You can go ahead and save your spot with something higher than a money pow pow. Again, King, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. If everyone can tap the screen, we're almost to 80K. Thanks for 70K. That is the rules. Me and the mods do not drop anyone. The people of the live for the live makes the decisions on drops. So again, you've been dropped. King's Corner. Share the live out to 10 people. You'll be next. Be okay. Betty has been waiting. Then we're gonna go back to Goddess. So be okay, Betty, if you can answer the first two questions.
Hey, so yeah, over 18, yeah, from the US. First two questions, BLK men are have you seen the panel? You literally like not only too emotional, super sassy. Like I thought that dude in the corner was about to snap his fingers and call her honey. It was sad to see. Uh, it was hilarious to see actually. Yeah, they showed themselves every time. Like he even said that um these women get him angry. That's anger is an emotion, guys. Anger is the reason why 90% of the the violent crimes are committed by men. So yeah, you guys are overly emotional. Not black men, but men. All right. I don't think it's all black men, but you're not about to gaslight me and act like it's the majority of black men that's out here in the community just doing great things. Because if y'all were just doing great things, black women wouldn't be getting unalived by y'all at an alarming rate at alarming rates. All right. If y'all were doing great things, you would marry your baby mamas so we can increase the marriage rates that y'all complain about every day. If y'all were doing great things, y'all actually mentor the kids in the community like y'all say y'all do, but y'all really just come online and say that y'all don't want to take care of nobody's kids that's not yours. So we already know that you showing a video of some random video you playing basketball does not mean that you're a mentor in the community. But not only that, I think it's hilarious that you claim that you do great things, but you're named after a felon and a GANG member who did nothing but run the streets and cause havoc to the community. Like that's the man who you could have named yourself after anybody. And that's the man that you decided to make your username. I find that very interesting. This is why we can't take y'all seriously. And as far as BLK men are lazy and can't provide, I do not think that BLK men are lazy. I actually think that a lot of BLK men are self-employed, and that's the reason why the employment rates don't necessarily show that BLK men are employed. A lot of them do like jobs like odd end jobs and things like that to make money because they technically don't want to work for somebody. So that's why it might show that they're not employed. But can't provide. I think that BLK men provide for women that they want, that they want. Black women are not BLK men. I'm sorry, BLK women are not BLK men's preference. We are placeholders for them. We are their second option. They are hoping that when they get to where they want in life, they can get their preference. And if they can't get their preference, they're hoping that they can come back to us. That's the reason why they tell BLK women, don't get an education, don't get a career. We don't care about X, Y, and Z, because they want y'all to be broke and destitute, waiting for a BLK man to come save you. And they're going to use you as a placeholder until they get to where they want to be. And then most times they're going to drop you for the woman that they want. That's the reason why they're willing to impregnate the BLK woman, but they're not willing to marry the BLK woman because they're hoping that they can eventually get their preference in life. They are banking on one day being this six-figure earner, maybe even a millionaire, and they can get their preference. So that's just my point. It's not that they can't provide, they just don't want to provide for the BLK woman.
Wow, now that's groundbreaking. They can provide, they just don't want to provide for the BLK woman. Nah, leaping lizards. We're almost to 80K. Let's tap, tap, tap. Ghost, what's your thoughts on what BLK Betty just said? Ghost, are you there? What's your thoughts
Yeah,
on
my bad, my bad.
what BLK Betty saying that, hey, you guys can provide, you just don't want to provide for BLK women? Is that true?
No, it's see. Let me see all this.
Someone said in the comments, Ghost, that that's true because you're with the white tea woman.
Doesn't matter what race I'm with. See, here's the thing. Let me let me be real for a minute. Cause see, people love to keep saying things over and over, but that's what we do as people, and this is why we don't get ahead. Number one, who I choose to be with is who I choose to be with. Does not mean I am pro BLK or whatever everybody want to call it. Things and such. I'm my own man. Two, um, yes, there are a large quantity of dudes out here that probably fit the description of I don't know what's her name, Betty or something like that. Had
Yes,
said
BLK Betty. Go ahead.
BLK Betty. Here's the problem. If we really look at the ratio of what BLK women want or BLK men want, we be here all day because then we got to look at the pros and cons. So we can say, most BLK men, they don't want to do this, they don't want to do that, the typical thing. And then BLK man, because I was actually on a panel and I actually heard BLK man talk very fluently about something that was shocked. And he simply said that most BLK women sit up here and have kids, run to the system, and they're living off their children. They're literally living off their children because they had to get the system involved. They had to get the white T man involved, who they supposed to be running away from. And I said, wow, that's kind of crazy because I'm like, man, I'm surprised, most BLK women didn't come at your head for that. And he actually had BLK women on the panel and they actually agreed. So here's my thing. In life, we already know what necessities are. You get a job, you work, and things like that. Most of the kids that we have, we know what to do. Take care of your kids. As simple as that. It's not hard to raise a kid. Now, me, when she mentioned self-employed, and I don't know if she was saying this towards me, but self-employed is a barber, which I've been doing for 20 years, which means I own a business, which means my money rotates constantly. People work for me. And right now, being self-employed and owning your own business is the best way to go because you deal with, let's say hyper quote unquote white tea people that you have to deal with, if that's what you want to use. To the guy that was talking, no, when I mentioned the barber shops and clothes and all that, I was talking about me. I wasn't talking about you. Um, my thing is this: instead of comparing apples and oranges all the time, let's really look at each other. Not all of us make six figures. Not all of us is riding in a nice car and things like that, a big house, a mansion, and things like that. We live paycheck to paycheck, most of us. We get on these panels and we act like we don't when we really do. You should like who you like, deal with what you want to deal with. Be who you are. It's simple as that. Stop trying to be something that you're not. Stop trying to be a follower. Then they say we don't have leaders. Well, what is the definition of a leader? Because when I hear the definition of a leader, I hear something with money behind it. I hear something, a strong definition of a black man, BLK man. What is the strong definition of a BLK man? Is it his credit? Is it his looks? Is it his build? Is it his height? Is it how many kids he has to take care of? Does he not have child support? Does he have good credit, bad credit? Y'all got to help me get the description of what is the definition of a strong BLK leader. Now, once people keep saying things like that, they're not going to understand more other than somebody's opinion. You see the difference? Opinion as opposed to what they see. People working in the community, that's a good thing. You know how hard it would be to change the world and get these kids on the right track from things that we experience as kids because we all make mistakes? It's going to be a long time. You know why we're going to keep playing bumper cars with each other? Because you got people that state facts. They always want to do that. You got people that want to state their opinion and they try to take their opinion and put it into a fact and they scramble it all around and then you got chaos. I land right there.
Wow, wow, wow. Um, Goddess, what's your thoughts on what Ghost said? Also, you can chime in on what you wanted to say. Little bruh, welcome in. If you could share the live out to 10 people, I'll be with you next. Go ahead, Goddess.
Thank you, host. I just want to, first and foremost, I want to give by all means his flowers because he literally came up here and said the same exact thing that I said. But to Ghost's point where he says, what is a leader, right? So there's 12 qualifications of a leader. First is self-awareness. Second is respect. Third is compassion. Four is vision. Five is communication. Six is learning agility. Seven, collaboration. Eight, influence. Nine, integrity. 10, courage. 11, gratitude. And 12, resilience, right? Those are the qualifications of a leader. Now, when we look into the BLK community, and we all know that we have been told that BLK men or men in general are the leaders. They are the head, right? I don't see, especially up on this panel, except for one. We haven't heard the King's Corner yet, but we're gonna exclude him out. Those 12 qualifications, I have not seen that. The self-awareness is not there because the moment we are speaking facts on the collective of the BLK community, when it comes down to the men, they deflect. Okay. They don't have any respect because they immediately start to throw insults to women when we start speaking on the problems in the community, which we know these are problems in the community. We're in the community. We have sons, we have brothers, we have uncles, we have cousins, we have, you know what I'm saying? The compassion is completely not there. Okay. We could see that with the dude that I had that dropped King, because how do you have compassion and you are an educator, and as an educator you are a mandated reporter. You are not supposed to be exposing any children, period, without the consent of the parent. So where's your compassion, sir, for these children to be exposed like that on social media? You don't have no vision, because if you had vision, you would come up here and you would listen to understand so that you can come collectively come together to come up with a plan for remedy, right? The communication is literally not there. That's number 5. You don't have the communication because first of all, y'all come up here. I'm not saying all y'all, but we have seen this because I've been in this live for a long time. They come up here and they can't even follow the simple directions of the prompt. You can't even go from 1, 2 to 3, okay? Or 1 and 2, because the host said we're only speaking on the first 2, okay? Learning agility. How can you be an educator? How are you educating children, but you can't even come up here on the panel and listen? Not only did me, a woman, June Baby, a woman, Wife Mom, a woman, BLK Betty, a woman, speak facts, right? Not only did we do that, by all means did the same thing. And you still didn't have the capacity or the ability to learn anything, right? Collaboration. Y'all don't want to collaborate with us. Y'all want to control us. Y'all want to uphold the patriarchy so that you can be the quote unquote misguided leader, okay? And we just follow and just take everything that y'all say. Y'all are definitely not influencing anybody, because if you were influenced, well, you know what? I'm going to take that back. You are influencing. You're influencing the younger generation, because the younger generation, the ones that are out here being degenerates, they are influenced by the older men who are degenerate. Okay, so you are influencing,
Just
but
lower
you're
your
not
voice a little bit.
influencing.
Don't
You see what I'm
scream.
saying? The moment I start
Relax.
speaking
No,
facts,
but
he
you're
can't
screaming.
take it.
That's it.
Crash
Just
out. You're a
don't
crash out. Relax, bruh.
don't scream.
Relax.
Sis. Don't scream.
Relax. Sir, I'm passionate. Okay? Mute
Don't
yourself.
don't over mute mods unless I'm talking. But Hazel, you do need to wait. Goddess, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Integrity, come on, y'all. We know they don't operate in integrity, because if there was integrity, we would not be in the predicament and the condition that we are in our neighborhoods. They daggone sure don't have no courage, because, like by all means said, they will not stand up to that white T man. They will submit and humble. As a matter of fact, not just a white T man, they will submit to another man. Okay? They will submit. The moment a man say something, they all quiet. They can say the same exact thing a woman said. That when a woman says it, they're interrupting, they're disrespectful. But the moment a man say it, they submit. Okay. Gratitude. We
No,
know
I
y'all
was
don't
actually
want to.
coming up here to cut my
Excuse
own
me.
means off.
I'm
I couldn't
not
get up there at that time.
finished.
Hazel, hold on. By all means, is requesting up. I'm gonna bring him up in a moment.
I'll
But
cut it.
and let's see you're gonna stand on
I'm
business once he actually
definitely
comes up
standing
here.
on business. That's why I came up here.
Okay, let's see if you're gonna do that because you only came up here when he left. So we're
No,
gonna
I
see.
came up here and he left.
Okay, Hazel. Goddess, if you could land, we're gonna go around
I
King
got
and
two more. I've been sitting here waiting for almost an hour to speak. Okay, so they can have some patience.
You're not
That's
done.
what I'm talking about. They
right,
don't have no
right.
self awareness. Okay,
You have the
gratitude.
floor.
Gratitude, number 11. Gratitude. We know you are not grateful. The fact that you came from a mother, a woman, and she brought you forth to this world, and the fact that y'all disrespect black women the way y'all do, you daggone sure don't have no daggone gratitude and resilience. We can see that in real time. You don't have no resiliency to get yourself out there to self-actualize yourself and make something of yourself and then go into the communities and make something of the communities. And I'm going to land there.
That was groundbreaking, to say the least. If everyone can please tap, tap, tap. We're almost to 80K. King was actually here first, so we're gonna go King and then Little Bruh. But before we do that, before we go King and Little Bruh, let me say this. If you haven't heart me by my name, go ahead and send a heart me by my name. Me and my mods, we don't drop people. We leave it up to you. If you want to drop someone, send a money pow pow, put their name in the chat. I do have to address something really quick, you guys. I see Kaya here. Kaya, Kaya. I know you're another creator. Someone sent me a screen recording of you allowing people to talk bad about me on your panel. I found that very odd. Me, myself, you guys know I'm all about women's empowerment, but I'm going to have to address certain things. So, if someone's talking about someone on my panel, what I do is I tell them to share that live out to that person. I also share the live out to that person so that they can be aware. Kaya, whatever your name is, you did not share the live out to me, knowing that I'm another creator and you be up in my lives. Instead, you allow King's lame ass to talk bad about me on your panel, embarrass me in front of your other panelists instead of letting me stand up for my own self and stand on business. I don't respect you for that. I'm gonna need an apology. You're in my live. I haven't blocked you, but because you allowed someone as a host to talk bad about me and not share the live out, you don't get my respect. Okay, moving right along. King's Corner, you can go ahead. You answer the first two questions.
So, oh yeah, two things. Shout out to the black man that's standing on business, and first and foremost, leaders need vision. But for the first prompt, black men are too emotional. Too emotional? Nah. Emotional? I give you that. We human. Too emotional implies like there's without reason or it's excessive, man. And the only men that we recognize to be too emotional would be the ones who are overly influenced by women. Ironically, it's the ones that a lot of women approve of. I think that's the main problem. It's just indicative of too emotional. We understand where the emotion comes from. We understand where most men understand where that emotional dominance comes from. It comes from the influence of a woman. So if you got a weak-minded dude, of course he's gonna fall victim to emotions because he's trying to most likely pander to women. And for all y'all that like to pander and flip it and twist it, you a sucker, man. Go get some help. Go get you some men that respect you, man, and y'all go do shit that, men do. Like build or whatever they tell us to do. Build, play sports, do something that help your masculinity develop. You know what I'm saying? Open your mind, talk to people that can sharpen you, because getting this validation from women, it don't make you stronger as a man. It just make you another woman. Like Shawty shouted out the other guy. You parrot a woman's talking point. You're saying what a woman would say. You're useless. You added nothing to the situation, to the conversation. You're another woman's voice just with bass. Oh, and
King, we're
to
gonna
the
need you
next
to
part.
stand on business. My panel is about stand on business. You said Shorty shouted out the other guy. Who are you talking about? Who's the
I didn't see
shorty that
who. It was
shot?
somebody on the panel. They was talking. It might have been the lady before me.
Okay, so
It
you not standing on business. Go ahead.
might be it might be, I don't know how you say that. I believe it was Naraya.
Goddess. Okay, so
Goddess. Yeah,
who
my
did
bad.
she who was she talking about when you said that she was talking about the guy and kept him, I'm paraphrasing. That she called him out. Who did
Oh,
she call?
the one. Oh, there it is. The guy begging. I don't know what he saying. Please for him, but
Who's saying
yeah,
please? Who?
necessary by all means necessary.
Oh, okay, the ones that's coming
Yeah,
up.
he was on the panel. Yeah, I guess that's
Yeah,
what
I'm
him.
going to bring him up because y'all keep talking on his name. Demarcus, I haven't heard you in a while talking, so I'm going to drop you. You can request back up if you're ready to talk.
Can I
Go
just
ahead.
clarify
Let me go
something
ahead
real
and
quick?
finish. Nah,
Well,
nah,
hold
nah. You
on,
could,
Goddess.
you could
Let's
let
let
me
him
finish real
finish.
quick.
Because he not going
The
to.
black man.
Hold on,
Yeah, I
hold on,
am.
hold on.
Yeah, I am.
Hold on. We're going to let you clear it up, Goddess. Kings, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Hold that. Like, just keep it and don't lose your talking point because I talk a long time. But as for the next prompt, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next prompt so she don't forget. With the black men, it says black men are lazy and can't provide. That is insane. We literally, this is crazy. First off, excuse my cough, but men are like black men. BLK man, my bad. We're like the most undesired in the work field. No one wants us in employee. One, we're smarter than the average man. We just excel. So no man's gonna want us working for them. People are not gonna want to see a BLK man at customer service or the interface, whatever. So we just undesirable. So they literally have to go get their money on their own. So if they working under the table, whatever you call it, like the brother up there, he got his own business. They literally second to having their own businesses in America. Second, first, if you can guess it, is the YT man. We literally had to get and start these things from nothing, as they say, get it out the mud. And we've been having to do that since can you say slavery? Yeah, we've been doing that.
Slavery.
Mavery, my bad. Shit, whatever. Mavery. But like
Stop your
all
profanity.
the true, yes. But all the muck breaking, I don't know if you can say that, but all the things that they do to destroy us, we literally gotta go through it and make it happen regardless. And all that men are the worst enemy to women. I mean, that I can't even argue that, so I'm gonna leave that alone. But yeah, we definitely not lazy. We definitely not providing because we thriving, man. We doing what we have to do.
Go ahead and land.
Nah, I like this plane, man. We cool. Touchdown.
Touchdown. Wow. Leaping lizards. Little bro, we're gonna come to you. Give me a moment. Goddess, go ahead and clear that one thing up, and I'm gonna let by all means chime in a moment. You just came back up. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to clear up. When I spoke on by all means, number one, I gave him his flowers. I said I'm gonna give him his props for coming up here and saying the exact same thing that I said. And I
Right,
said
right, right,
that
right.
it's
We
Hold
just
called
on,
it
hold
apparent
on, hold
already,
on.
Shawty.
God
We
is
called that
that's
apparent.
that.
We got that.
Okay, so Kings, why did you say that Goddess was calling out by all means? You mean that she was
Because
agreeing with him?
you
You need to be
refer.
clear.
Yeah, this is the thing. When they and addressing the first prompt, the two emotional implication. Men are human. We're emotional, but the two emotional part comes in when we're allowed to be influenced too strongly by our counterparts, our women. We weren't designed to be women. So if all you can add to a conversation, if all you can do is parrot a woman's perspective, women don't realize that your point of view is right, and so is the man's. But see, the thing is, somebody has to find a way to bridge the gap. But if you're gonna be a man on our side and you're the women is right, you're fostering the fight. You're emboldening the fight, the struggle. You're not doing no type of man work, nothing. You're a parrot. You're repeating
So
what a
you're
woman.
saying by all means is just a parrot of what the women are saying.
I ain't saying he's nothing. I don't consider him. I'm not saying he's anything. What I'm saying is what she
Are you
did.
not standing on business?
I'm
You were just
standing on
talking
what I'm
about him.
saying.
That's what the conversation was about. I
To
need
be
you to stand on
clear,
business.
what you need me to tell him he a panel? He announced it. The only thing I could respect is that he recognized he a panel. That's the only thing. Like if you can admit it, then we got some progress because you recognize where you stand. You know when you need to be quiet. Just like when there's a talking point that you can't add to, you be quiet. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have no gripe with him. Recognize that you're a panel and
You called him out earlier. Now you don't have a gripe with him?
nah,
Which
you
one
gotta
is it?
recognize Hazel called him out. I'm just saying
So
when
now you're
women
putting it on Hazel.
when women embolden or foster this type of thinking and men start to thinking they're validated because the women appreciate what they're doing or the service that they're offering, it causes a bigger
Okay,
strike.
Kings, I'm gonna come back to you because you're going everywhere. It's like you're gonna address him and then you say I have no problem with him. Hazel, don't go on coffee cup now. By all means, just back up. Are you there? Knock, knock, knock. Just want to make sure you're there. You're there? He's back up.
Here, can you hear me?
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Oh, I'm
Little
here.
bruh, go ahead and answer the first two questions.
Hey, men not overly emotional. We're human beings. You know, anybody that's human has button it. And if somebody find your button and push it, then you're gonna go clearly into the nut tree. Black men are not lazy, and we do provide. If you look at it statistically, we are married more than anybody in this country. So by the statistics, we not lazy and we can provide. Now the young lady came up with a list from I don't know what kind of Google search she searched it from about what a leader should be. But see, the first leader is God and he's the manufacturer. So if anybody want to be a leader, we're gonna have to observe God and practice what He say, right? So in order to do what God say leadership is, we gotta provide, protect, correct, and direct. Women gotta stay in their place and find their divine femininity. Why? Because you can't find our divine masculinity. You can't sit beneath me and then tell me how to lead. See, you're put here by God to follow man. You're the helper. That's what it calls you, the helpmate. God didn't design you to lead or know how to lead. All right. So before Adam and Eve made the mistake that they made in the garden, God was the leader. Adam was not over Eve. Eve was not over Adam, and God provided, protected, corrected, and directed them. But since Eve fucked up, pardon my language, she screwed up, then God put the man over the woman. That way we could lead. If you a woman, you have no idea of how to lead. If anyone is willing to follow you, that makes you a leader. You have to be a follower before you a leader. You have to know how to submit upward before you have someone to submit to you. So what y'all missing is finding you a man that's already submitted to God and being led and have his moral compass by God. That's what y'all missing. I'm landing right there.
Wow, wow, wow. Okay, let's keep it going, you guys. We're almost to 80K. Kings. So you're saying that by all means is a pander, correct? Could you please be clear so we can know what you were talking about? People said it was a lot of word salad. King's Corner. If you can unmute your mic.
I ain't hear you. What'd you say?
Are you saying that by all means is a pander? Are
Nah,
you
he
saying?
said that. He said that.
You saying he said it? Okay. People are saying it was a lot of word salad, but anyways, you've been dropped, Kings. You could go ahead and save your spot by something higher than a money pow pow, but again, you've been dropped. Anyone in the comments, please, I appreciate the help, but do not do mod jobs. Only me or the mods need to comment on who's been dropped. Everyone else, please do not. Let me and the mods handle it, but I do appreciate the help. Um, Little bruh, you've been dropped. Jesus, little bruh, you have been dropped with a money pow pow. We already know how this works. If you want to drop someone, send a money pow pow. If you want to hold your spot, send something higher than a money pow pow. So if you've been dropped, with that, send something higher than a money pow pow. Kaya, I didn't see you address what I said about you not sharing the live out and allowing people to talk bad about me on your panel. So guess what? If you can't comment and address what I'm telling you, I might have to just block you because I'm giving you a chance because I like black women. But you disrespected me by not sharing the live out. But I am giving you a chance. I see you in my lives a lot, but you have not addressed this that happened on your panel. Dub, if you can share the live out to 10 people, I'll be with you in a moment. I haven't heard from Wife Mom. So I want to hear from Wife Mom and then go to By All Means.
Basically, we are just exhibiting a bunch of playground behavior between men about their behavior using women. And that's how it goes. There is no reason why Black women have been brought up in this conversation. And yet, here we are. We get the blame for everything. And it's because they don't know how to take accountability for their lives. It's always somebody else's responsibility. The mama, the girl who wouldn't date you in high school, your baby mama, the white tea man. Everybody's at fault except for you all. And you all would rather sit on lives and argue back and forth using Black women as the scapegoat instead of getting off your dusty and taking care of business. I don't know who it was because it was an hour ago, but somebody came up here and called my husband a pick me. You wish you were the kind of man my husband was.
It was King Von. He's
Yeah,
still here.
whatever. My husband is the daddy you didn't have, and it pisses you off because he's a provider, a protector. He protects and not just in this house, but in the community. And you wish you had that kind of man in your life growing up. You can say whatever the hell you want to say about me, but you keep your mouth off of my husband. I don't play about him, punk. I land.
Wow, wow, wow. Another groundbreaking message from wife mom. Let's go to by all means. Would you like to chime in?
You know, again, brothers always have a way of running headfirst into BLK women's point without even realizing that they're running into it. Let me just start off by saying, you know, again, when a brother feels that he needs to give us his resume about what he does for his so-called people, to me, you are a raccoon. And a raccoon will eat pretty much about anything presented to him. And, you know, I understand we have a lot of brothers that they are comfortable living in the house. They get fed 3 times a day. Their overseer allows them to look out the window occasionally. And it's become comfortable. But again, the reason that we have strayed so far off of the prompt is because, again, we have no ability to control our emotions when it comes to criticism. Now, I cannot claim in any meaningful way to be a leader if I do not shut up long enough to listen to the people that I'm claiming to be the leader of. Let me repeat myself. I'm a piss poor example, at best, of a leader if I do not shut up long enough to listen to the people that I claim to be in leadership of. We got a lot of brothers out here that claims to be kings. Now, I would only ask, brother, if you are in fact a king, then you must be able to show a queen, and you must be able to give verifiable proof of the kingdom in which you have kingship over. You cannot subscribe yourself to be something with no evidence of ever having been it. So for brothers that need to get on here and objectify my point of view, instead of saying, you know what, I don't agree with everything the brother said, but let's be honest, be okay, man. The brother did hit on a couple of points. So we can mention BLK marriage. The brother's right. We are married to sister. But let's dive a little bit deeper real quick into that marriage. 80% of us brutalize the women that we are married to. We cheat on the woman that we are married to. We have children outside of the marriage to the women that we are married to. If there's any involvement in law enforcement, it is because usually the brother has put his hands on that sister. So we keep bringing up the stat that 80% of divorces are initiated by Black women, and we never question why she filed for divorce in the first place. What was the reason that this sister was willing to give up what I'm sure many would see as safety and this protection and this provision that we claim to be out here providing in mass? Why would she give this up to end up being what we now trash and refer to as a baby mama? Why would this sister give up this protection and provision? I'm sure the marriage that we keep patting ourselves on the back for, it clearly must be great, right? BLK women just wake up in the morning and find no excuse other than, you know what, I'm done with this marriage, I want out of it. Now, let's be clear. Most sisters out earn us, okay? Most sisters out earn us. They make more than we do. What financial benefit would it be to her to leave the marriage? What alimony check is she about to get from you? What half of nothing is she about to get? Most black men don't own not a goddamn piece of property, nor have interest in one. We don't have ownership over much of nothing if we talking about stats. What is she divorcing you to get? So I would only say this in closing. Brother, I'm not your enemy. Again, we can have civil discourse, and you should be able to tell me, brother, I don't like the way you're going. I think there's some ways, especially if I call myself an upstanding leader in the community and blah, 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 blah. If I say that I'm all those things, and another brother says, brother, I agree that we got some work to do as black men. Tell me how to go about doing that, brother. Instead of, oh, you a pandering, a simp, you wrong. You know what I'm saying? You only saying what the women want to hear. Let me be clear. And this is my last point of understanding here. Let me be clear. When my wife says to me, my black wife, and let me just make that point real quick. If you are dating or married to a non-black woman, then you can take the term provider out of the equation here. You didn't provide not a goddamn thing, and you sure can't mention community because the provision that you are providing is outside of your community. So you may be a provider, but it damn sure ain't to our community. Having said that, when my black wife says, brother, husband, I need you to do better. I need you to lead better. I need you to listen better, whatever the criticism is, right? Isn't it incumbent upon me to say, okay, sister, tell me what exactly you need me to do? As opposed to my answer being, I'm the leader, you get behind me, you my helpmate. She's to help you do what? We keep using that, he who finds a wife. Well, let me be clear about using biblical references. Okay, a lot of the people that we refer to in the Bible, they had provision to give their wife. They had land, oxen, bull, sheep. They had acreage. They had parcels. They had things to command that submission. They had the ability to speak on being able to have a wife that was feminine. You Negroes got a 2-bedroom apartment in the hood. Who the hell you getting submission from? Huh? You drive a 1996 Honda Accord with 195,000 miles on it. Brother, what submission you about to get? The car about to break down any moment. Okay? Most of you can't spell stocks and you damn sure can't spell bonds. Okay?
Your
So
jokes aren't landing, man. Can you hurry up?
brother, calm down, brother. Calm down, brother. Don't be running again. Smack dead into
Keep
the point.
going, man. Keep
Don't be,
moving
brother,
forward. Don't
calm
worry
down.
about me.
Hazel,
Brother,
you
Damn.
gotta let him
brother,
finish.
brother.
Hazel, you gotta let him finish. Go ahead, by all means.
Thank you, sister. Thank you, brother, for making sure that first prompt question was
Quiet, man, and move
truthfully
forward. They're
answered.
not clocking for you,
Brother,
okay? Move
calm
forward.
down. Calm down, brother. Calm down. I know your panties are all wrapped up in a bunch. Calm
You're a
down.
joke. You're a joke.
Calm down.
Move
Calm
forward so
down,
someone
brother.
else can talk, man. We ain't listening to you. You're a bum.
Calm down. Calm down.
Okay,
Calm down.
one second, by all means. Hazel,
Nobody's listening to you.
Hazel, you've been dropped. Again, Hazel, you have been dropped. We know how this works. If you want to save your spot, Hazel, just send something higher than a money pow pow. Anybody want to save Hazel's spot? Send something higher than a money pow pow. Well, I love to hear from Hazel. Let's see if he's going to actually address him without interrupting him. Hazel, I was waiting for you to do a rebuttal instead of an interruption. Go ahead, by all means.
Thank you, sister. I apologize for that interruption. I will close with this statement. You know, I have no brother that is the enemy to me personally, but you are the enemy of the community if the only examples that you can give as it relates to pouring into the community are things you should be doing. Things that I should be doing are protecting not only the sister that lives in my home, but the sister that lives to my right and the sister that lives to my left. I believe, in fact, you are a coward if the only thing that you claim to have protection for is the black woman that you have access to or you want access from. If you are a brother that actually cares about the community, then you wouldn't speak on things like a sister is only good for spreading her legs. Again, because that would be destructive to the community if you were a participant in spreading her legs and then leaving. So then you cannot claim to be a king of anything when you go around acting like the Joker. So that's all I'm saying to other brothers. It's okay to criticize me, and it should be okay for you to receive the same criticism, which I'm willing to take. I'm willing to accept anything that any brother would get on here and say to me. And you should be able to eat a little bit of humble pie, if not a couple of slices, and be quiet long enough to receive the criticism. That's it, brother.
Leaping lizards. Now that was groundbreaking by all means. Um, he said that you guys are a coward if the only thing you can protect is the women around you and the women you have access to. I'm paraphrasing. That was groundbreaking. I wanted to hear from Hazel. Hazel, get your spot back up. Come on, Hazel. But let's go to the new guest first. Dub, if you can answer the first two questions.
First two questions. Black men are too emotional. I myself come from a married household. I was raised by my father my whole life, still in my life. I'm not very emotional at all. However, I've seen it. Being emotional does get our black men in prison. Taking the easy route, which is resorting to violence, except for realizing that respect between two grown men is knowing that there's always an imminent level of violence and respecting each other. That's something that grown men do. There's something that's lacking in the community as far as when you say men are too emotional. I believe if a man is raised solely by a woman, 9 times out of 10, those are the ones I run into that are highly emotional. If they have no good male influences, like they had a football coach, because I'm not going to bang on single moms or something like that. If you don't put him in front of a good man or a good example of a man, like a good football coach, whether it be a after school program or something that he can get into where he has access, like a good uncle, uh, a good older cousin, someone who could be a that great example, then they seem to be less emotional. As far as black men are lazy, I see somebody say, "Why is it always football?" It's just a sport. It's a sport that I
Sir, go
play.
ahead and stand on
So
business. I know you're new here, but stand on business and meaning just answer the questions. Let's not reply to comments or anyone on the panel
okay,
until open
no
panel. Just go
problem.
ahead and give your thoughts.
Then as far as black men are lazy, I don't think we're lazy because if you have to say that we haven't been working since working has existed, especially in this country, I can't see it now. Whether they make the money that you want them to make while they're working a job, that's totally different. Because they may not be working the job that earns them six figures, but if they're consistently working, that's totally different. Being lazy means like I'm not gonna do anything but sit in my room and do nothing.
Okay. Are you landing there?
I'm landing there.
All right. Some people in the comments are saying, how are BOK men not lazy when you're an example not changing your fire alarm? What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, today's my day off. I mean, yeah. Uh, I don't hear a fire alarm. I do have a front door that opens up every once in a while that still has a beeping sound. I don't even have a fire alarm in this room.
Can you
So
can
I
you
don't
open the
even
door so we can hear that beep again?
oh this that one?
No. Now we hear it. We heard the fire alarm back from where you were walking from. They seen it in the comments. It's okay. It's okay. Just go ahead and take
Yeah,
it down.
there
Okay.
that right there, that's the
All
alarm
right. You took
panel.
it down. You're good. You're smart. You took the batteries out. Okay. All right. Let's move on.
No,
If
no,
everyone
no.
else on the screen, okay. Oh, there it is. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's the button. I'm still pushing it.
Okay.
So
All right. This is not
just
awkward at
prove my
all.
point.
Okay. It's not
I
awkward
know.
at all. Yeah.
If
It's
you
not
wanted me
awkward.
to respond to it, then
No, it's good. It's not awkward at all. Okay. If you could just mute. If everyone can tap the screen, let's get into 100K. If everyone can tap the screen, I want to hear Mika. Thanks for coming back. I want to hear from you in a moment. Jimmy, if you could share the live out to 10 people. Peaky, I already seen your shares. We're gonna come to you. King, what's your thoughts on the conversation so far?
yeah, I wanted to speak to by all means. Yeah, again, you keep referencing that somebody needs to show doesn't need to show their accolades, but again, sticking your foot in your mouth, and I'm coming directly at you because I know there's gonna be a couple of little Avengers that you're gonna symbol Captain America. So again, stop talking about contradicting and sticking your foot in your mouth when you're saying that men are not supposed to be, but the panel directly says we're lazy. So when I brought up, and I'm also speaking to Miss Goddess, so when I brought up the fact that I'm a teacher, I showed you a photo of the kids that I've mentored and also been a teacher, and that was years ago. I also showed you two multiple videos, or actually three multiple videos of my classroom, of also the students that I counseled and mentored. So if you don't like that, that's your problem. You shouldn't speak on what I've been doing in my community and what I've done. And I have the right to speak on what I've done because, as the prompt says, it says that we are lazy. It says that we are lazy. So those men that you keep talking about are lazy. Well, let's dive deep into that. And you said the same thing again, sticking your foot in your mouth. We're fighting the white team man. No, we're not fighting just the white team man. We're also fighting those BLK women that you're so stuck on that got the titty in your mouth and you don't know how to continue to stop sucking it. So those same women that you keep pandering to, they're jumping on the backs of the white team, man, taking all the money that they're afforded instead of sticking with the same people like you. So again, you want to keep saying that all these BLK men are doing this and all of that, but you're not pointing out the main majority of the issue. And you keep saying, "Oh, well, we're coming on this panel to attack BLK." No, we're attacking the people that keep attacking us and not attacking the issue. And when I come up on these panels, and Poetic knows I stand on business. I come to both.
Wait,
I
don't
come
put
to
me on it as a witness.
Hold on,
I'm trying to
I'm
just
not
hold
coming to
on.
you as
I'm just
witness.
saying, hey, you guys. I'm just the host. I stay neutral. I'm a different type of
I'm
host.
just I'm
This
just
is
vouching for the fact that when
hold
I
on,
come on here,
for newcomers. I just don't want things to be confused. Okay, because me, myself, I'm not. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. I'm just hosting. Don't use me as a reference for anything. Let's just stand on business. Also, you guys, we're almost to 100K. If everyone can tap the screen. And this is like the Poetic Lake show, okay? I am the BOK Ricky Lake talk show type of feel, okay? I am not here to rebut or battle you guys. I'm here to hear your conversation, but please do not put me in it. Go ahead, King. You can land your plane.
as I was finishing saying, and I wasn't saying you to be a referee or anything. No disrespect, Miss Poetic Lady, but when I come up here, you tell people to stand on business. So I stand to the people, and again, when we come up here, and the men that actually care about the community and actually are doing something, and is a win. Is a lose-lose situation because when we show our accolades and we talk about it, y'all want to poo-poo on it and say, "Oh well, don't show that, don't show that, don't show the things that you do." If you do these things in the media, you don't have to talk about it. So what's the point of me showing it then? What's the point of me talking about it if you're gonna pew-pew it and spit on it anyways? What's the point about it? And you could directly contradict yourself by all means by saying, "Go to my page and look up the accolades that I have." So which one is it? You want us to go to your page and look up what you're doing or not? And I showed you mainly proof. I showed you evidence of what I do in our community. No, I'm not out here being a street pharmacist. No, I'm not running around with a pew pew needing to talking about I need to be in a gang. No, I've never done that. My grandfather is Jehovah's Witness, so I stand on morals and principles. And when I interact with people in my community, it's all about uplifting them, all about doing the things that I need to. So you're talking about all this other mess. No, we're speaking to the women. When Passport and Charles and all these other people that come up here, we're speaking to the problem of the situation. Tell the BLK women to get their titties out of the white tea mouths, and then we'll have a conversation. And then also you get your mouth out of the BLK women's mouth, because that's all you're doing. You're sucking them dry. And we're trying to get you to tell them to get on our page where we're trying to do better for the community. And you know why we can't? Because some of us are in prison. 40% of us, that's the actual truth. And you said 80% of the BLK women are not married. No, that's 80% of women because they're learning from the BLK women to not like us and to not be with us, period. And I'm going to land on this last point. Stop coming from the people that's actually trying to do something in the community and come from the people who are not. That lady that was up here, Miss June Baby, she's not doing anything for the. That's why I said she's recreational use only, and she's only used for our semen as a cup.
Hold on, June
That's the
baby's not
truth.
here. Y'all can share the live out to her, but she's not here right now. So let's move on. If she was in the comments, I would allow it. Let's tap the screen. Peaky.
May I
Let's go
respond?
to. I'm going to the new guest, and then we're gonna let you guys respond. Peaky, if you could chime in on first two questions.
Yeah, black men are too emotional. Um, I think emotion, all of us are allowed our emotions, but too emotional, I think, correlates to black BOK men being too illiterate. So I have to agree, BOK men are too emotional because they don't know how to effectively communicate how things make them feel and how they feel. And then BOK men are lazy and can't provide. Yeah, I agree with that as well. Once just the complacency can settle so fast among BOK men to stop striving for more or just trying to get to a point where everything is okay with the bare minimum. And that's not quality of life. I'd rather live, a life with status than, a casual one. Um, and I don't really see, too many other men, although there are some, it's just a minority of us that are ambitious enough or willing to, fight and claw up the mountain. Or there's just a minority of us that are literate enough to maneuver the construct for the benefit of our family. So yeah, I agree with that. BOK men are
Hold on,
late.
I'm sorry, Picky. Please follow the rules. If you drop yourself, that's not part of the rules. If you being dropped, please wait and allow me to get to it. And please, no comments and drops in the drop section, you guys. Go ahead, Picky.
Yeah, so I agree with my answer to both questions is yes. Can I speak towards something else I heard, or do you want me to stop right there?
I'll come right back to you. I'm gonna circle back around to you, Peaky.
All
Thanks for
right.
coming up. Let's get it to 100K. A goddess. I would like to let you respond to King, and then I will go ahead and drop you because you have been dropped. But I know you were waiting to respond to what he said, so go ahead, and then I will go ahead and drop you. If someone wants to save her spot, send something higher than a money pow pow. But please just address what he said because I know you were asking me before you got dropped.
Yeah. So first of all, I mentioned you exposing children on social media because I am a mandated reporter. I am actually someone who is an educator and who is a pillar in the community and helping children. So, as a mandated reporter, if there is something that I see that is dangerous for children, I'm going to call it out. Okay, that's first and foremost. And as far as me having my tatas in the white tees man mouth, sir, absolutely not. I don't do that here. I am a true person of the community and really truly care about the community and is active in that community as well. And I don't need to show no accolades, baby. I don't need to show no children. I don't need to do any of those things because I stand 10 toes down on what I do and I don't got to prove it to nobody. That's the reason why I'm up here even speaking in the first place, because I have BLK sons, because I know what's going on in this community, because I have helped many of BLK men and women. Okay. So as far as me having my tatas in the YT man mouth, you can miss me with all of that, but it shows that you are extra emotional. And that's the reason why, again, you have to come up here and throw insults instead of actually having a conducive, cohesive conversation about the problems in the community. And I'm going to land my plane there. It was all good, y'all. I appreciate. Thank you, host, for having me up. I'm going to drop down. I got some real things to do. Y'all have a great day.
All right, thanks for hanging out. You can definitely hang out in the comments. When you get dropped by a money pow pow, you only drop for 15 to 30 minutes, and anyone can also save your spot. So let's continue to tap. Let's get it to 100K. Mr. Jimmy, if you can answer the first two questions, and then we're going to let some people respond to some things that have been said.
All right. BLK men are too emotional. I disagree with that. BLK men are lazy and can't provide. I disagree with that. Can we say some? Yes, but generalized speaking, generally speaking, I'm not gonna say majority. So no, I disagree with both of those.
Okay, thanks for chiming in. Love to hear more open panel. By all means, you wanted to address what was said. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, sister. So let me just be clear on what I said to the brother earlier when he said that I put my foot in my mouth or whatever he said. What I said is I didn't have to use my background on my screen to pull up videos, right, of what I claim to have done for the community. I got tons of videos in my phone of me just randomly playing basketball, right? Now, unless the children in those videos are able to verify that I was the teacher in that video and not just some random brother that just stopped and got off the bus and decided to get a pickup game of basketball, I'm just showing a video of me shooting a basketball, right? So what I was saying to the brother is if I say that I do things to give back to the community, right? I will allow people to go verify that themselves. I don't need to pound my chest like King Kong and say, here is the evidence in which I speak of. What I also said is if I say that I help young sisters better themselves, right, especially those that have fathers that are absent, then I don't need to tell you that that's something that I do. Allow those sisters that I have helped to say, yes, this brother has actually done the work to pour into the community. I don't need to pull up a video and show me speaking to a sister who may not be able to verify my particular story. It's just gonna show me in a video speaking to someone, not knowing if that sister that I claim that I poured into is just some random girl I met at Chick-fil-A. And I said, let me make a video of me talking to you just in case I gotta pull up a receipt. So at the end of the day, it's okay to criticize me, brother. Again, I said that it's okay. I don't have no issue with you. I don't have no issue with what you claim to do for the community. But what speaks louder than you pounding your chest about what you do is the people being able to verify that that's what you do. So it would mean more to me if your students from 10 years ago who should be adults now or close to being adults, right? They should be able to say, yes, Mr. Johnson actually was an amazing teacher. He did great things in the community. But Mr. Johnson telling me is pretty much what you just did, is pretty much my doctor giving me a diagnosis and then posting a video about being a real doctor that just gave me a diagnosis. She doesn't need to say she's a doctor. You can go to her office and find concrete evidence of her being a doctor. She don't need to post a video of me in the exam room, right, to verify that she's a doctor. So this is what BLK men do. When we say, first of all, one of the things that we always do, first and foremost, is we raise our hand to include how we are not involved in the nonsense that black women are speaking on. Every single brother almost has done that. I can't speak on behalf of other men, but I know what I do in the community. This is the problem. Even if we ask the sister for permission to include the word some, it still would include the term BLK men. It don't matter if you are not one of the Negroes one of the brothers that participate in a buffoonery. The fact that it includes multiple brothers means that men is the proper term to use. If you want her to highlight what you do, then she would be able to say your username and single you out. But if it includes multiple people, the term men applies. Yes, just like the brother said real quick, most of us are incarcerated because of our emotions. And I know where he was trying to go. He was trying to lean into, even though he tried to deny it, he was trying to lean into the single mother narrative. That what he noticed is that most brothers that lack that emotional intelligence are raised by women. Well, let me ask any brother that has that ideology, where am I in the equation. We always blame single mothers. Let me repeat myself. She cannot become a single baby mama unless two things happen. Unless two things happen. She can't get to the end result of being a single baby mama unless I made her single and I made her a mother. So the thing that we keep pointing to as being a destructive force in the community, where is my responsibility for making her single and making her the mother of a baby? And then including my absence to say that she can't raise me. Sisters they ain't designed to raise men. I agree with you, brother. But where's the black man that you should be pointing the finger at for abandoning his family, giving that sister the responsibility that you say she shouldn't have in the first place? Where am I at? Where's the black man at? Where are we at as black men to call out the brothers that are missing in the community? And we blame the sister for working with the crumbs that we left her with. Ah, shit, man. You know, most of the brothers in prison, you know, they out there being, I'm not saying all, but a lot of them are raised by single mothers. Again, how does she become single? And how does she become a mother, which equaled her being alone raising these young brothers? How did all that happen? Where was the Negro involved? Where was the black man involved that did the 2 plus 2 to equal? This is what we don't speak on. And I'm done.
Leaping lizards. Now that was groundbreaking. We're gonna go around. I know some people want to talk. Jojo, if you can share the live out to 10 people, I'll be with you. Dub, what's your thoughts on what by all means just said? I need to see the shares now. Go ahead and share it. Dub, what's your thought?
Yes, my thoughts on that. The reason why I said it because I just so happen to be a federal officer. I just so happen to also counsel young men who have entered the system too early. I get that. I'm not saying any accolades. I'm just saying where I get my statistics myself from. It's because I witnessed it. Where the fathers went, they were removed from the homes either by imprisonment, sometimes falsely imprisoned, which is not mentioned a lot. There's also the fact that we need to make better choices on who we invite into our families. Like, you know, you pick them, we pick them too. And sometimes you like he
Do you,
said, there's the
I'm sorry. While you're chiming in, do you mind to stop the rambling with things? Dub, come on. You have a lot of noise. I know you want to go outside so we don't hear the fire alarm beeping, but just please the noise. It's not good for those who are listening in. Dub, you're welcome here. Did you want to go ahead and finish? You can unmute your mic.
okay. The rambling. I was actually going to go mountain biking right now, but I know I was on my way out when I was talking originally. I was just listening to you on my way out. Um, the thing is that we need to make better decisions on who we pick. Also, like myself, I made a great decision. I can tell that doesn't happen all the time, and treating women better that actually deserve to be treated at all. Having some nut discipline that would help. that's that's one of those things. Hey, if she ain't worth marrying, just stop messing with them. Stop messing with them. And then for the other side, stop messing with the ones you know have no future. It might seem entertaining in the moment, but long term, it doesn't work out. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Leaping lizards. Peaky, you want to chime in? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll tie it back to the prompt. But the irony is so dramatic, right? We talk about being in the community or being in schools. Anybody that has worked in the schools, you understand that the overregulation, by accredited agencies prescribes a strict curriculum. So you have to be teaching certain things at a certain point to maintain accreditation. And the ultimate struggle is that there's no time in the day to really impute life lessons to children. You know what I'm saying? The actual work that we talking about doing in the community, for the most part, you just meeting the state standards. But to bring up basketball is so ironic because it alludes to the first prompt, but BLK men are too emotional. Essentially, what took place was a person on the panel or King felt attacked, right? So his emotional response was to show and prove, oh, I'm in the schools, I work with the kids. And he pull up basketball. But the reason that's an issue is because your emotional response is low key illegal. Like you cannot, if you don't have a marketing release, if you don't have a waiver to release somebody's identity, especially children, that's protected. You cannot do that. That's illegal. So again, your emotional response caused you to act illegally. And I ain't even gotta go that deep. I will land it at this, right? It's the idea that what if somebody put your child on the internet? How would you feel? And then my follow up is I'm gonna challenge you directly, dude. I'm gonna challenge you directly. The last time we was on Poetic Live, you was bucking a knot. It was like 320s and some fives. Show that money right now, and I'm prepared to double it. Show me that little bankroll that you had, the one that you was putting in that pot, stirring like it was stew. Show me that money right now, and I'll double it for you.
Okay, you guys, come on. No comments on drops. Let's tap the screen. Peaky is standing on business. That was groundbreaking. We're almost to 100K, you guys. We should be there already. Let's get it to over 100K, you guys. Everyone tap, tap, tap. Again, if you want to drop someone, send a money pow pow. Okay, if you get dropped, just go ahead and save your spot. Send something higher than a money pow pow. Jojo, if you can answer the first two questions.
What's good? What's good? Be okay, man. Are too emotional. Disagree. Be okay, man. Are lazy and can't provide. Disagree. I wanted to address a couple things, though. I'm not gonna lie. A lot was said. I was listening. Um, I think I'm gonna start from the top. When y'all was coming at, I think his name is King Von, right? I think y'all was intentionally gaslighting the man by first
Okay,
telling
don't
him.
say y'all. Call out names. You have to stand on
I
business.
mean, I don't remember who was who. I was just listening, so I'm just
Okay, so you're not standing on business.
whatever you say. Anyway, I mean, like, so whoever was speaking to him initially that said he wasn't involved in his community, right? You can't tell someone they're not doing something and then point and say aha when they prove to you that they're doing something. So I mean that's kind of redundant if you ask me. Secondly, I didn't like how the young woman tried to make it seem like he was illegally filming kids. Like again, I'm in law enforcement. You can record anything that's in public view as long as there's not an expectation of privacy. It doesn't matter if there's children involved. Now, if he went inside to a school, in the school, like within closed walls where there's an expectation of privacy, and recorded those kids and then posted it, then that's a problem. But they were at a public park, and from what he's saying, I'm not sure, but what he's saying, I think he was coaching them or something like that. But yeah, he didn't do anything illegal, so I don't think it's fair for y'all to try to gaslight the man like that. And on top of that, Peaky, I disagree with you. I agree with you on a lot of shit, but I disagree with what you said when you try to downplay the fact that it was basketball. I myself coach
Can
every
y'all
summer.
stop all this loud noise in the background? What the heck is that?
My fault. I'm busy. My bad. But I'm gonna make it quick. I don't agree with trying to downplay basketball because I coach during the summer times. I take time off from work, and I work with a lot of kids that are definitely in the streets. And basketball is one of the main things that keep them out of the streets. So I don't think downplaying sports to make it seem like he's not having an impact. Doesn't matter how little he's doing something. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of people that's doing nothing. So I didn't agree with that. But back to the prompt, you can't say black men are lazy when black men on the average earn more than BLK women annually. I
Well,
mean, this is
Jojo, in the
proven.
comments,
Can
you
I
were
finish,
saying
bro?
a lot of things
Can I
about by
finish?
all means. Why are you
Can I
not
finish?
respecting him now?
Again, I don't know who was saying who. So if it was by all means, then yes, to him. Like, I don't know who was who. I was just listening. But if he's saying, whoever was saying the whole black men are lazy, that shit don't make no sense because BLK women on an annual standard average less earning income than black men. So how are we lazy? How are we not? You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's the pot calling the kettle black. And I think it's kind of redundant that we having this conversation when the glaring underlining issue is that the entire community is messed up. So like what is really happening out of these conversations? Y'all just come up on panels and give random people money to like disagree with each other? Like I don't understand that. So yeah, I think it's kind of hypocritical. I think this whole conversation is non-productive. Y'all are calling out people for shortcomings, but they're doing something and you're not. So I mean, like, it's kind of weird. Like, but yeah, I'll land with that.
You're here. So you just came on here to tell
Hold
us.
on, Jojo. Wife mom, give me a second. Jojo, that was mind boggling. Let me tell y'all something about Jojo. When I'm hopping through the TikTok streets, no matter what panel I end up on, Jojo stalks me from panel to panel just to tell everyone that I hate black men in the comments. So he'd be like, don't listen to her. She hates black men, all in the comments. No matter what panel. He is my TikTok stalker, and he cannot lie about this.
Stalker when we follow
Anytime,
each other.
hold on. Anytime I'm going from
Don't mute me
panel to
now. I'm gonna
panel,
expose you. I'm gonna expose you.
I could drop from one panel and go to the next one, he's there. If I go to 5
Follow
different
me though.
panels, he's going to each one of them. Everyone stay on mute. Now he's laughing.
But you follow me though. Like what?
No, you're following me. No matter what
You
live
love me.
I
Stop
go
playing.
up on, hold on, mute. You're in the panel, laughing, talking about, oh, she hates black men. First of all, read the bottom. The prompt does not necessarily reflect the views
I'm
of
fed
the
up with this
host.
shit.
Read that. Mute, mute. Have some decorum. Everyone's telling you about being emotional. Stay on mute. So I find it funny that you want to go when I'm not even hosting, literally try to badger my name from panel to panel and talk mess about me no matter what live I'm on. Then, guess what he does, you guys? Soon as I drop, he goes up and say, Poetic is a liar. She's this, she's that. And I'm like, well, dang.
All right, now you
Well, I didn't
lying.
know you
Now you
have
got to.
this much disdain. I didn't know you have this much disdain against me. So he's a character, guys. And then he tries to come up here and act like he want peace. How would you want peace on someone that you're stalking and talking mess about
Follow you.
on every panel I
Stop
go
muting me because you're
to?
not about to do this.
No, you're lying. Nobody's following you. How did I end up on the panel if I'm following you? You go on the panel after me. So all you do is stalk me, and Chris, you're weird because you're gifting him on stalking me. Wow. We're gonna move on.
Fucking you when we follow each other.
Jojo, you still okay? You know what I mean. You
Explain
follow
that.
me.
Explain
Okay,
that.
you get what I mean. You follow me from panel to
Listen
panel
to it from
just
the
to talk
water.
mess about me, which is crazy work. So, wife, mom, don't even respond to him right now. King, go ahead. I think some people address you. Matter of fact, Peaky address you. Can respond.
You said Peaky addressed me.
King, you could. Yeah, he addressed you. Did you want to? He addressed some things you were talking about. Also, did you want to address him or no?
Um, I have really. I'm not gonna really address Peaky. I don't
He
really
said
have.
that you were showing off, talking about bands for bands, but now you're not able to do that because you spent your income tax. But if you don't want to respond, that's fine. By all means, would you like to respond?
Absolutely, sister. You know, again, I don't know this brother. Um, but I did find it ironic where he said that we find the time to get on here and talk about this particular topic as he joined us up here talking about this particular topic. Again, if you go into the furniture store or you go into Walmart, I'm sure he would fit right in with the black pots right next to the kettles. He doesn't, again, we don't realize how we run smack dead into a black woman's point every single time we open our mouths. His first defense, even though the prompt says prompt 1 is about us, prompt 2 is about us, and prompt 3 is about us. His first response was to defend a fellow brother from being criticized. And he mentioned that he was in law enforcement. That's crazy because I have countless videos on my page of law enforcement being the actual being that harms children. Just happened to got caught
We
for it.
go with this nigga, bro.
It's fine. It's fine, brother. It's fine. It's fine.
Bro,
Remember,
come on, man.
you
We
didn't
know
want
you
to
was locked up,
participate,
bro. You don't like
brother.
police.
Brother, you didn't want to participate in this conversation, so you don't participate right now. Look, at the end of the day, again, it is very hypocritical of us. Now, let me just give you a reminder, young sisters, or any sisters that's on here. These are the leaders. These are the leaders. These are the example of the head of households. These are the pillars of the community. And let me just, every time I hear a brother say that, I say, I've never heard a pillar speak. A pillar remains firm. It holds up a foundation. It holds up a building. So if you in fact are a pillar, remain silent. A pillar doesn't need to speak about the weight that it holds. Its job is to remain firm and stand still. So I never need to say I'm a pillar of the community. This is what I do. Again, let the community verify that. That's all I'm saying. I don't need to say that I'm a car mechanic, and yet every time you see me, I have a pair of glasses in my hand. You don't see me with a screwdriver. You don't see me with a car engine. You don't see me putting on brakes. But I'm able to tell you that I do something because the internet is not something that's easily or readily available to verify. You got to go do some research. And we know that most people ain't going to get off of here to go on your page and look up your entire background. So I can get on here and say, I'm a surgeon. I'm a brain surgeon. That's what I do for a living. I'm a brain surgeon. I earn 6 figures. So that goes against the black women. The black men are lazy. Of course we're not lazy. I'm a surgeon. Expecting no one to really give a damn after the live is over to go verify that you're a surgeon. And this is what we do. We have to give our accolades. And then when another brother says, hold on, brother, you don't really have to speak on what you do in the community. Let me just be clear, and I'm going to land my plane. Let me say this foundationally clear. I don't need to say that I am something if I'm actively being the thing that I say I am. I don't need to pound my chest and say that, let me give you proof of the thing that I say I am. And that proof is just videos or a couple of pictures, which doesn't verify a damn thing in the picture or the video. It's just a video and a picture. So all I'm saying is that if I say that I am about something, let the community verify it. I don't need to get on here and say I'm a good black man. I'm not one of the brothers you talking about. I am until proven otherwise. This is what I'm trying to tell black men. We can agree as brothers that we have a lot of brothers out here that cause destruction in the community. We can all agree on that. Let's hope. It may not be you, brother, but what I'm saying is it's enough of us that it affects black women's opinion of all of us. How can you not understand that? Black women don't have the time nor the luxury to go line by line for each black man's resume when there's multiple of us that cause destruction to the community. Should she not? Right? If it applies to, we always like to use other people's example. Let's use my daughter. I'm personally willing to use one of my daughters. If one of my daughters came to me and said, Daddy, this brother slapped the hell out of me. My response to my daughter would not be, hold on, baby. Let me go get his point of view on how his hand ended up on your face. Before I believe you, because there's a lot of black women out here that lie, baby. Let me go speak to him and I can, get his opinion on how his hand slapped your face. I don't want to rush the judgment. You a hypocrite. And you a damn liar if you say that that would be your response. You would go whooping ass and calling names. But when it comes to a woman that you don't have access to, or you don't have access from, all of a sudden she has to give you line by line itemized deductions on why she feels the way she feels. We hypocrites.
Once again, now that was groundbreaking. Jojo, would you like to respond? Yes or no? Go ahead.
Yeah, I like to respond, man. I mean, I really don't care if niggas don't like my profession, but
We cannot use profanity or the N word. Can I get a
nah,
few
my
people
fault,
to
my
put
fault,
fruits on
bro.
the chat?
My
Also, we
fault, my
should be
fault.
way above 100K by now. Like, we should be hitting 120K. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, my point still stands. Like, y'all came at the dude, put him in a box, cornered him, and then when he proved himself to say, yo, I am directly working with kids and XYZ, y'all try to move the goalposts and say, oh, you're violating laws that don't exist. It's like, bro, come on, like, what are we doing? You engaging in semantics, bro. You're not really contributing to the conversation, like he was saying. Like, I don't see the point of you saying what you're saying, because at the end of the day, it makes no sense. The dude is doing something. He's not just sitting on his ass. He's involved with kids. Like, what more do you want from him? You want him to be silent, right? Be stoic and all this shit, but then you're calling him out in the same vein. So he's just supposed to just take it? Like, y'all make no sense, bro. Like, at the end of the day, man, tell us why he was locked up. That's what the people want to know in the comments. I'm out of here.
Wow, that was not groundbreaking. King, what's your thoughts on this whole thing that's going around about you sharing these pictures and stuff, and that you're just showing off and you're not really that? You wouldn't have to broadcast it. Could you expound a little bit more on that?
Are you referencing me?
We're going to come back to you. King, we'll come back to you. Wife mom, would you like to chime in?
Yeah. What I was gonna say earlier is just how just diabolical it is to come on a live panel and talk about the people you on the live panel talking with and how it's so beneath you. Get the F on out of here. Is he gone? Anyway. Um, Nobody instigated King Von down there. He came in here guns blazing because he has a Woody for June baby. And he don't like me either, but that's beside the point. He came in here prepared with what he wanted to say because somebody wrote it for him. He didn't come up with that all of this tata in the mouth and sperm bank for men. He had to think about that long and hard. So don't think he wasn't ready to give the smoke. He came up here ready to divvy it out. But you know that if you was here from the beginning, which you weren't. And I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna remind y'all what my answers were to this prompt. This prompt says, are black men, BLK men, too emotional? Everybody is emotional. Men, women, boys, girls, old, young, fat, skinny, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's emotional. The problem is when you can't regulate your emotions. That's what causes violence, devastation, crash outs, hollering, screaming, yelling, tantrums, all of that. When you can't control your emotions. We expect people who can't control their emotions when they're babies and toddlers and school age kids. But by the time you hit those teen years, you ought to be able to have a little bit of control. By the time you hit them 20s, you ought to be able to control 99% of your emotions. And the men on this panel, some of them, though some of the men down in the chat, most of the men out here in the public, can't control your emotions. You ready to go off at the drop of a dime. If somebody steps on your shoes, you ready to unalive somebody. Come on, black men, it's in the statistics. Go look at the crime statistics, FBI, your local city, your little city and county statistics. Go look at them and see, number one, the crimes committed by race, the crimes committed by gender, and then see the person who committed the crime, look at race and gender as well, and the victim as well. You all don't only hurt yourselves, or you don't only hurt BLK women and children, you hurt yourselves as well. So see, instead of talking about whose tatas are in whoever's mouth, and instead of showing random pictures of playing basketball on a court, and the only thing people were trying to tell you is protect the children in those videos, nobody was saying they was fake. You just needed to protect the children because you didn't have permission. Instead of arguing about the little stuff, why don't you discuss the big stuff? But I know what's going to happen. I'm going to log off, and then Smart Butt is going to have something to say about me and my pick me husband and whatever. But, F you. And carry on with your, and are black men lazy? No, they work hard for what they want. But many are complacent. They're fine just being a lineman at $50,000, $60,000 a year. They ain't trying to do the work to be the supervisor, to be the manager. They're just cool right there where they at. And if that's where you want to be, fine and dandy. But that means no generational wealth for your children. That means your children's got to borrow money to go to college if they go, even though you probably don't recommend it because you all don't value intellectualism and education. So no, they're not lazy. They just are complacent. That's all. I land.
Groundbreaking. Leaping lizards. Once again, wife mom. If everyone can tap, 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 we're almost to 120K. Mods, I just sent a message. If you can check the mod announcement box. Every mod in here, please go ahead and check the mod announcement box. Let's move it right along. Jojo was saying a lot in the comments, but I'm not sure if he's going to stand on that. Mr. Jimmy, what's your thoughts on what wife mom just said?
Yeah, you know, I just find it very ironic when we speak on people's professions and where they want to stay complacent at, because, that may be fine for some people who want to stay at 60K a year and they don't want to take the supervisor job. That doesn't mean they can't change their generational wealth, because we all know, as everyone like to throw out and say, someone can make six figures and their spending habits can be worse than the person that's actually making 60,000, and the person that's making 60,000 can actually leave generational wealth, while the person that was making six figures is, you know, basically leave them with nothing. We see it every day. You see athletes and other people sign multi-million dollar contracts, and before they leave this earth, they have a GoFundMe for someone to help bury them, or the team will have to bury them, things like that. So I just don't like when we try to put stigmas on certain jobs and things like that, and say these little complacent things, because everyone have their own goals, and I just don't like to judge people by their goals. So for me, again, like I said, I just disagree with it. Hopefully she meant something else, but from what I took from it, I don't stand with the whole saying what BLK men are complacent and what they don't want to do. I think a lot of times we project what we think someone is doing, and then we say, oh, they're not doing enough because we think they should do more. Because again, all this stuff that people are saying, I always say a person that making 100,000, if they talk to a millionaire, he's laughing at their salary, and then you get a millionaire and a billionaire is laughing at their salary. So what are we really talking about?
I meant everything I said. This is 2025. And if you don't know what's going on, eggs are $25 a dozen. 60K is great when you're single. And I'm talking about a family income. I'm talking about these traditional provider dudes who don't want their wives to work outside the house. 60K is great when you live in an apartment. 60K is awesome when it's just you paying 20% of your child support because your baby on the other side of town. But when you got a wife, a couple of kids, a couple of cars, uh, got a mortgage, homeowners insurance, insurance on the cars. Oh, don't let them be teenagers driving. College tuition to pay, retirement to set up. 60K ain't gonna make it. Y'all say it all the time. We got to go 50-50 in this economy. Make up your minds. I don't care what anybody make.
So can I rebuttal to that,
I
or
ain't
how
through
does this
talking
go?
yet.
I'm asking the host,
I'm
not
not
you.
through
Calm down.
talking yet. Mute,
Calm down. We don't
mute,
we don't want we don't want
mute,
any medical
mute, Mr.
emergencies. Just
Jimmy.
calm down.
I'm still
Calm
talking.
down.
Mute,
I
Mr.
was asking
Jimmy.
the
I'm still
I was asking the
talking.
host.
Mute,
I,
Mr. Jimmy. I'm still talking. I don't care what anybody makes. Do you live on your 60K with your wife in the house wearing thrift store clothes and your kids with shoes with holes in the bottom? Because that's living in your means. But I don't call that living. But if you happy with 60K and your woman's happy with 60K and your kids are happy with 60K, I'm happy for you. But that's not what I call living in 2025. I've worked too hard for that. My husband has worked too hard for that. And we want to have a happy retirement where we're not dependent on our daughter to take care of us. I land. Because it may not be no Social Security. I land.
do I get to address her,
Wow.
or how we
Leaping,
doing this?
leaping lizards. Hold on, Jimmy. I'm gonna come back around. You guys had like a back and forth. Let's get the taps up, you guys. If everyone can tap the screen. I'm not sure if the mods are not seeing the chat. I sent like 3 different chats. Now it's kind of too late, but I need all mods to just go ahead and check it still, because when I'm sending those mod announcements, that's very important, and that's why I say it out loud so you guys can go check and you can go ahead and address what I'm saying inside the box. Let's move along. Let's go to who is it? Jojo. Jojo, what's your thoughts on what wife mom was saying?
She made some good points about the emotional part, where like people being trigger happy and all that, fighting for stuff that don't mean nothing. That I can agree with. Also about the retirement plan and stuff like that. Yes, I agree with that, because I wish I knew a lot of the stuff I knew now when I was younger, so I could put a lot more towards retirement. I mean, I'm okay, but like if I knew half the stuff that, not to be rude, but like these white tea people know, like financial literacy goes a long way. So I agree with her. Like 60K, as far as providing for a family, traditionally is not going to cut it. So I agree. I do think some, not all, some BOK men get complacent when they make a decent salary, but they don't have the long term vision in mind. Where it's like, okay, if I want to aspire to have this, that, and the third, then I need to be making more. I need to make more moves. So I agree with that. But I don't call them lazy for that. But I just think financial literacy goes a long way. So she makes some good points.
Okay. Well, he agreed with wife mom. That was actually groundbreaking. Let's take a little commercial break because we're still at 104. I'm not sure what's going on with the taps, but if we need everyone to tap the screen. Tam, Mika, thank you. If everyone can join them and tap in the screen. Let's take a moment just to tap. Jimmy, if you can tap. If everyone can take a moment and just tap the screen. Um I want to go to King. King, did you want to add anything to the conversation?
Yeah, just to say what to wife and mom, you keep bringing up the fact that these people are content with making money and doing these stuff. That's easy for you to say when you have a husband that's probably paying the majority of your bills, while you get to sit on your shaved bald head and to take stuff to do what you got to do.
You look
So it's
mess.
cool. It's
You
cool from a
so
woman.
angry.
You
You
could it's
so
cool. It's
angry.
cool for you to sit at
My,
home
I wish your
and
mother.
worry
I
and
wish
worry
your mother
about
was like
and
me, because
worry
she so
about
desperately need
eh,
a good
worry
mom.
about.
My
Ma'am,
mom
I didn't
should have
interrupt you. I'll let you
tamed
speak.
that anger in you.
No,
She just
I'm
let
just
you
mad
run
that you're a
amok,
grown woman
and
that's
she
like
coddled
that's
you
60
and
plus,
let you
and
talk to
you still
people.
worried about what other men are
Wife
doing.
mom, we know we gotta let him land or you can drop
Right,
him.
Yeah,
right.
Wife mom, you gotta let him
You
land or
were
you can
see
drop
again.
him.
You worried about what another man doing instead of be worried about your bum husband that let you come on this app
you
talking
worried
about
about
people.
me.
No, I'm not. I was never worried about you. I just
Please stop responding to her. Go ahead and
yeah,
land.
I'm
Go ahead
responding
and
to
finish.
her because she keeps interrupting because she's so invested in what other men are doing. I think she likes other men. You should tell,
Lying.
you should,
You
you should
ain't worth
record
a
yourself
cow,
and
a
and
dog
sell
food.
your
You
husband. Again,
lousy, deadbeat, no
Okay, wait,
good.
wait, wait. Hold on.
I'll
Everyone mute.
finish.
Every King, I'm gonna let you finish. Everyone please mute. Everyone please mute. Okay. Um let's take this commercial break and get the taps up. We finally hit 105. That's not really much from 104. Let's get it to 120K. That is the goal right now. If everyone can tap. Mika, are you checking the mod announcement box?
I did, and I
Okay,
did.
wait 1 second. So if you checked it, I need to see those things in the chat, you guys. Jasmine, are you checking the mod announcement box? I know you're here. Me, I know you're here. If you're checking the mod announcements, I need you guys to actually do what I said inside the mod announcement box, please. We have to work as a team. Thank you guys. King, go ahead and finish what you're saying.
Yeah. So as I keep getting
Okay, you
beat,
guys are saying I did, but I sent it like 3 times. I don't see no one putting it in the comments. I'm not understanding. Okay, I shouldn't have to do this in the middle of the live. That's why I have a chat box. Go ahead, wife mom.
wife, mom, I wasn't
Not
finished.
wife mom. I'm sorry, King.
Yeah. So I was saying that you're so heavily invested in. When we come on these panels as men, we're not heavily invested in nothing that the men are doing. We're just highlighting the fact that our lives are hard, and you keep telling us that our lives are not hard. And it's funny how you keep alluding to the fact that we can do all these other things, but you're not doing these things by yourself. You have a man that's doing it either beside you or above you. So the hypocrisy that comes out of your mouth, and you're a 60-plus-year-old woman that's talking about all these other things, but yet you have no understanding
57,
of
stupid.
what's going on. And that's my point. These are the women that are supposed to be setting the example for us and are not doing anything but sitting
Could
there
if you
on a
would just
panel
listen.
and talking. I listen to you every day. I listen to you every day. Yet you are still sitting up here talking about all the stuff that you do, and yet still gloss over the fact that we're working hard to do our things and we're not giving the
I
approval
have
or
my
the
mom
acceptance
sitting
that we
right here
need.
next to me listening how horrible you are
Stop
and
it!
how you
Stop it!
treat
Stop
women.
it!
Let him speak. Let him speak. We want to hear him, not you. Because I know my woman don't speak for me. I speak for my woman. I don't know about you. Maybe he just too much of a wussy and a scent to talk. Let him speak. That he let you come on this app and talk like that. Oh, go ahead. Switch over. I can see you in the camera. Let him speak. He's scared, right? Yeah, I know that. That's like I said, you want to talk for all men, but you know you can't stay in a woman's place. And that's the problem
All
that we
right,
have with
King,
the
you've been
women.
dropped. Everyone can stay on mute. Again, King, you have been dropped. Someone sent a money pow to drop you. Piki is saying, go ahead and show that big bank today. And go ahead and get your spot back. So again, King, you have been dropped. You can send anything higher than a money pow to get your spot back. Or what you can do is wait 15 to 30 minutes to come back up. But because you are a boss and you are a counselor, teacher, mentor, and so much more, I know it's nothing for you to go ahead and save your spot. I want to hear what you were saying. So go ahead and save your spot. And that was interesting. Piki, what's your thoughts on what King was saying?
He can't save shit. It's the middle of the month. That boy broke. That's why I don't want to show that money. And for anybody saying that I'm paying or I'm simping, last time we was on Poetics Live, he was bucking a knot. It was like 320s and some fives. He was putting it in a pot, stirring it up. He was basically talking about putting money on head, going band for band. Okay, well, tell him to show that money now, and I'll double it. I will double it right now today. If he can show that same money, I will double it right now today. But he can't. He can't. And I got that boy in line, in check. You see, he don't speak to me no more. He don't talk to me the same way. He don't talk to me the same way he talk to y'all. He don't. He know his place and he know his role, and he gonna play it well, or he gonna get his hand popped again. Y'all boys need to stop with all this tough talk on the internet. You know good and well, you can't raise no child playing basketball. You can do some physical activity, but majority of people, if you haven't played the game at a professional or collegiate level, you can't understand the nuances and how they correlate to life. If you've only played high school basketball, that doesn't impute the structure and the discipline that it takes to make any sort of to make any sort of profound changes in a person. Only college athletes and professional athletes are highly sought after in professional settings for professional roles. Not no damn high school All-American, because people, they still kids. So if you haven't played basketball at a collegiate level, you cannot tell me that you imputing the nuances of sports and athletics into young people, because you don't understand them. You don't understand them. And additionally, I ain't seen them talk about no books, no reading. This is what's important. This is what we need to do. You tell me if I'm lying. If you just becoming a reader, the first thing you're gonna do is fall asleep in the first 10 minutes of reading. So instead of drinking yourself to sleep, read yourself to sleep. Stop disrespecting women. It's not a woman's fault that your life is harder. Your life is harder because you think your life is harder. But this the kicker right here, right? Everybody always, or a lot of men try to make the case that women are biologically inferior to men, meaning that we have a thicker bone density, our muscle mass is greater, yet the same scrutiny and physical punishment that BLK men experienced during slavery, women experienced that too. They didn't save, oh, this type of physical punishment is just for BLK men and this one is for women. The same shit that they was doing to men, they was doing to women, yet women are biologically inferior. So you can't tell me that it's not it's not harder for a woman. And on top of that, look at how this man talking to these women. And y'all trying to co-sign this, Jimmy. You better stop playing with me talking about disrespect. Ain't nobody been disrespected because this just words. And that's the First Amendment. Anybody can say what they want to say. The Second Amendment is the right to bear arms. Can't nobody disrespect you if they don't put their hands on you. And then y'all talk about raising children. What you teaching kids? Oh, if they say this to you, they give you the liberty to act irrationally. Hell no, that ain't what you teaching nobody. And you cannot put nobody kids online. Because if I put a picture of his child online, he gonna act a dog ass and you know it. I land right there.
Wow, wow, wow. Leaping lizards. Now that was groundbreaking, Peaky. Jojo, what's your thoughts on what Peaky said?
I mean, that's their beef, man. I got no parts in that. I mean, he was getting disrespectful. I didn't like that. He was calling her all kinds of outside her name and all that. I don't subscribe to that. So yeah, he has every right to be upset with him for that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know their history. So he's saying that he put him in his place and all that. I don't know what's going on with that. So I can't speak much to it.
Okay. By all means, go ahead.
I have to go to Lowe's real quick so I can finish actually building something instead of waiting to get a pat on the back, taking a video of the thing I'm building. Look, at the end of the day, as I keep saying every time I speak, some of us brothers, too many of us, we run like a bull, smack dead into the point that a sister is trying to make. That brother could not control his emotions. He allowed a stranger on social media to allow him to come out of this high value character he claims to have in the community. Just imagine if a young, one of his disciples, one of these young children that he's so-called being an advocate and a mentor for, imagine if they disrespected him or what he felt was disrespect. I could imagine how he reacts. Huh? Or if a sister in the community didn't like what he was doing and she had some criticism. Imagine how he reacts in person. If on social media, on a platform that he is literally hiding his face, she's allowed to elicit such emotional responses that are immature. Imagine that same person, like I said earlier, advocating for themselves to be a leader and a king and a pillar of the community. The sister that he just attacked, she's in that community he claims to be a pillar and a king and a leader of. The sister that he just degraded and disrespect, she's a member of the community he claimed to be a leader and pillar of. And it just shows that, again, when brothers receive criticism, I think our first reaction is to say, not me. As opposed to if you've never put your hand on a sister, and I say, brothers who beat sisters, and your first response is, not me. Well, I didn't say it was you. I was referring to the brothers that it applies to. But we always, as history says, we have a tendency to always need to remove ourselves from the brothers that destroyed it, that actually participate in the thing we're speaking of. If you don't participate in it, there's no need to defend yourself against something you don't do. Again, we don't have the same smoke for the prosecutor who prosecutes us, or the judge who sentences us, or the cop who falsely, or we claim falsely arrest us. Look, like the sister was saying, if you want to actually get an idea of what a Black woman faces, instead of criticizing her and saying that she's wrong and she ain't got no facts in front of her, just go do like the brother suggested. Go read. Just go on and do some research. If you need help reading, that's okay. I can circle some words for you, help you sound it out. It's okay. I would actually, dare I say, I'll actually read it for you and record it so that you can listen back to my voice. Because it's okay. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to not know something that you claim to have knowledge of, right? We are the thing that we are one of the main things that does bring destruction into the community. We have to admit, while it may not be me personally, or it may not be any brother on this platform personally, right? We have to agree that the biggest piece of destruction in our community looks like me, sounds like me, walks like me, comes from where I come from. We got to be honest about that and just come up. We always, every time a sister got something to say, we always shut her up with, all right, sister, we know what the problems are, but what are the solutions? I thought we were the goddamn kings and the leaders of the community. Why are we asking her what the solution is? Why we always do that? Why we always move the goalposts and then claim and blame them for moving it? I thought we built the goalposts. Huh? I thought we out here building shit. Didn't we put the goalposts in the ground? We out here painting goalposts, and we accuse her of moving the thing that we said that that we built. If you built it so strongly, nigga, she wouldn't have the ability to move it nowhere. But again, I digress. Thank you for allowing me up, host.
Wow, another groundbreaking message. Mr. Jimmy, what's your thoughts on what By All Means just said?
I wasn't really paying attention to what he's saying because he lost me earlier when he was
Oh,
he
you know,
asked
regular
someone to
people.
go see what he asked someone to go look and see what he's done, and then when the other guy showed what he's done, then it was nobody asked you to see it. So I don't like people who are hypocritical to the message they supposed to be preaching. So that's the part that I don't like. But can I address Peasy because I think he said my name earlier.
Go ahead.
So again, I don't know why he felt the need to act like he got ready to say something, then stop it, because feel free. You can say whatever. Again, I still stand on what I stand on. Do I agree with what he called her? No. But am I gonna step in and be this hero when I witnessed her earlier, call him names and say things about his mother? No. So again, I let that be like I think his name is JoJo said. There's their beef. I'm not gonna jump in. Okay, she was being disrespectful. He was being disrespectful. So oh well, like I'm not gonna. Again, you said everyone has the First Amendment. So she said what she had to say. He said what he had to say. No blows were thrown. This is TikTok. No one was hurt. But if anything, if there is their feelings, they'll go get lunch, come back, they'll be okay. So again, if you don't like me not saying nothing, then okay, you can fight that battle all day. That's not my battle to fight.
Mm. Well, I want to hear from Dub. Dub, what's your thoughts on what Jimmy just said?
Not listening. I don't agree with that. Even if you have an enemy, the best way to defeat your enemy is to listen or to learn them. I agree with the first points he was making. Men need to be stoic when engaging with women. Uh, Violent or hostile arguments usually lead to fights, and you're not supposed to put your hands on a woman. That's just how I was raised. And he talked like he wanted to put his hands on her. I don't agree with that.
Be
He said that she was
specific.
60.
Who was talking like that?
King,
Okay.
King, King. And you know what? I wanted to agree with him on some point, but he stated that she was 60 years old. There was a time, and I'm pretty sure he looked that age. There was a time where you wouldn't even raise your voice to somebody who was an elder like that. And I think that's what all by all means was talking about. I don't agree with him either. But you can't raise your voice to women like that and then expect them to respect you or to come off respectful in a conversation. Yeah, she was disrespectful, but it's a different way to talk where you can get your point across. And if she hears you later, that's okay. But stoic men, you walk away from that. Walk away from the conversation or rehash the point. We got to stop promoting violence in any order, whether it be verbal or physical, because I know where it leads to. It literally leads to prison most of the time. You get in person, you was talking all that mess. I seen you outside. Now what you gonna do? Foul, somebody shot, one man dead, another one in
Okay, we
prison.
can't say all that. We gotta say unalived and we gotta say pow pow. So if I could get a few people put fruits in the chat and power tap the screen. I want Moz to tell me in a mod box why no one did what I was asking earlier, which was very important. If you guys can hit the mod box, I'm about to go check it. But for now, if everyone can tap tap tap, let's get the likes up. Thank you guys for being here. This has been a great conversation. We're going to continue it. Remember, send a money pow pow if you want to support the live goal or if you want to drop someone. I'm going to go ahead and extend. I've been streaming for about 3 hours and some, but the conversation is getting so good. But yeah, make sure you're supporting. Also, to subscribe to my channel, it's only about $2.31. Please subscribe. You get custom made stickers And I will soon be opening up a Discord for those who are subscribers. And I look forward to starting a live for subscribers only to comment. So go ahead and subscribe because that will be coming soon. Um, let's go to Mika. Mika, you haven't been able to chime in. Thank you so much for your patience. Would you like to chime in on anything that was said?
Let me say this. BLK men are emotional. I'm going back to the prompt. All day today, we have been hearing BLK men in their emotions. Whether they want to admit it or not, they have been in their feelings. Some good, some bad. But let me say this. It is when you cannot handle your emotions that is a problem. It is when you cannot discuss how you're feeling without being disrespectful, without being rude, without being an adult and discussing the problem. You can't face it head on, so you run from the issue instead of running to the issue and handling it like you should. But you want us to be okay women or women in general to submit to you, to cater to you, to be there for you. What are we doing that for? When you can't even be there for yourself enough to be able to accept the fact that there are things that I need to work on within myself. So I say that to say this. If you want to be a leader, be just that. And I land with that.
Wow, that was groundbreaking. Let's go to wife mom.
Hey, I did not hear anything he said. I was helping my mom get in her car. I'm taking her to the airport. And I didn't want my mom to hear him disrespect me like that. That man he came on here with my name in his mouth.
All
Not the
right,
other
I
way
think y'all
around.
talking about King. King's not here no more, but y'all can share the live out to him. I guess he didn't really have enough to bring himself back up. I don't see him currently viewing, so we're gonna have to move on. We'll
Well, I'm gonna.
revisit that when he comes
Well, I
back.
want to say this. I didn't come for him. I never do. He always comes for me. And no, I'm not going to hold back on anybody who's going to talk and say crazy stuff about me and my personal life that he knows nothing about and get away with it. Point blank,
All
period.
right, wife mom. He's not here, so we're gonna come back to that. Um, let's go to Hazel. You're just coming back up. You've been in the comments. Would you like to address the prompt again or anything that you heard?
Yes, I'd like to address. I got dropped before I got to speak to this clown, by all means necessary. And I'd like to tell you why I'm saying that. So he
He's
went on
not
this
here.
soliloquy. I
No,
know,
keep
no,
coming.
he's hiding in the comments. I just looked. He's hiding in the comments. So he went on this soliloquy in
No, he
another
is
live.
not.
Okay, forget it, poetic. You got it.
He is not here.
You save him.
I
You
can see
save him
all
again.
viewers.
You're
You
saving
never
him
stand on
again.
business when people are actually here. You was giving smoke to Peaky on the comments. Now that he's up here, you're not addressing him.
I've never sent one message to Peaky.
Okay.
I was here to talk about by all means, and your little cronies down there dropped me because they knew I'd embarrassed their
Do
king.
not comment on drops. Oh my gosh. Mr. Jimmy, would you like to chime in?
Which part? Like which part do you want me to chime in on? Because I
Anything
really
you would
want to
like
hear.
to chime in on?
Well, I guess we can go back to the prompt. BLK men are lazy and can't provide. Well, I will say with my experience with certain BLK men, they do show a little bit of laziness, like when it comes to getting certain jobs done. But again, I'm not gonna down them as a community, as another BLK man. We're working on that. We're actually showing them where they're lacking at. And
Go ahead. Okay. I think he got a phone call.
yeah,
Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying, but we're actually helping them become better men. We're showing them the flaws that they have, and we're actually showing them how to become better men in certain areas. But I'm not gonna say that, they're just straight out lazy and can't provide, because a lot of them, you know.
They just never had anyone to show them what to do and how to do it. So that's the thing. Okay, here we go again. I think I was on your live the other day. Someone said, "Where's your proof, ma'am?"
Wait,
Never
hold on. You
mind.
can't
I won't
address
even
the
address.
comments. You cannot. Come on. We're talking people on the panel. Jasmine, if you can share the live out to 10 people. Mika, if you can share the live out to 10 people. Hazel, y'all just came up. If you can share the live out to 10 people. Dub, I think some people are confused on your stance. Are you saying BOK men as a collective are not weak?
Weak.
Is that what
Ooh,
you're
no.
saying?
I would never say
Sorry,
weak.
not
No.
weak. Emotional? I'm sorry.
Emotionally, yeah, I did say that because I've seen I've seen it in the federal prisons. I've seen the statistics. I know that we're the only one. Hold on, my vehicle's about to back up. We're the massive killers of ourselves, and it's usually because of emotions.
All right. Someone said that you're trying all types of beeping noise to distract the smoke alarm that
I
was beeping earlier. But we'll move on. Um let's go to Jojo. Jojo, are you saying collectively BOK men are not lazy and they can provide?
Collectively, I don't think they're lazy.
Okay.
Yeah, expound on it. My fault. It's loud over
Yeah.
here.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Jasmine, if you can answer the first two prompts and then chime in anything you would like to chime in.
Okay, men are too emotional. Um, I do somewhat agree with that. BLK men are lazy and can't provide. I do not agree with that because I do think there are some BLK men out here that do work their behind off to provide as best as they can. Where I would say that a lot of them are lazy at is holding each other accountable for bad behaviors and toxicness. I do believe that a lot of them do are now really much pretty much speaks with a lot of their emotions today instead of being logical like they claim they are. Also, most of them, majority of them get up here. I feel like they just only want to come up here and go back and forth with women. I can honestly say that what King Von said sounded absolutely good. I was happy to hear him say those things. But in the midst of him saying those things, everything he said after that was total bullcrap because it's like after he said those nice things, he went into all the toxicness. He could have said what he had to say that he did for the community, who he was, but yet and still he had to stay on here and throw out insults. He had to name peoples and stuff like that. It's like, don't call for me. Don't come checking for me if you don't want the smoke. And it's like, what I don't understand about a lot of people is that they always strike in the match, but then they get mad when the person put it out. And it's like a lot of these men up here just always want to stick to their male ego and say, yeah, he didn't do anything. He was right. But she didn't do anything. Like June didn't say anything to him. And then they always trying to insult wife mom about being 60 years old. Let me tell you something about being a
She's not even 60. But go ahead.
every time they make insults about her age, I think that is so funny because what you need to realize is that you better hope and pray that you make it to that age. You better hope and pray that you make it to that age and you get older every year. So you throwing insults at somebody's age is really funny.
Wow, that's ground breaking to say the least. Hazel, you being an older gentleman, why are you pointing out age? Is that an emotional response?
I wasn't on the panel. I didn't point out
You said
anything.
that
I came here
earlier.
for another.
You called June baby an old lady.
Oh no, she is. It's. Wait, say that. Say your question again.
You called one of the ladies old earlier. Is that not an emotional response?
No, it's
You have a lot of
not.
noise.
Because I was pointing a point that our elders get on here and
Pointing a
talk
point.
ridiculous. Okay, can I finish?
Okay.
All right. So my point was, you look at a lot of our elders on this app. We get on here and try to talk like we're 16, cursing people out and all this and all that. You listen to other elders; they're not doing that. They're putting together assets. They're putting together things to leave their kids, their grandkids. When I say stuff like this, I usually get cut off now. with, oh, blah, blah, blah. Y'all know her behavior is ridiculous. You know it. You know you wouldn't hang around that in real life. If you're at a dinner and she starts talking like that, you know you'll leave. But on this app, everybody pretends that it's justifiable and it's not. So I speak on it. So I bring up her age because, damn, I don't know older people who act like that in real life. Now, how can we talk about June and she's gone, but we can't talk about by all means and he's gone?
Because by all means said that he's leaving to go to Lowe's. June, I shared the live out to her, and I'm asking you, why did you call her old lady? So that's
I
actually
just,
different. Okay. So thank you. That's why.
okay, yeah, well, that's the reason.
Okay. Hazel, we're seeing in the comments that you are old yourself. So why are you calling other people old?
Uh, 42. That's definitely not old. You can pull up my pictures and you can see everything about me. Definitely not old.
Wow.
And
Okay.
Taylor, I tell you what, tell
Well,
your
no, no,
royalty
don't
husband to
address
cam
anyone
up
in the
and we'll see who looks
comments.
better.
Oh
How
my
about
God.
that?
Do not address anyone in the comments. Only I will do that.
All right, my bad. I'm just
Comments.
having fun.
No comment on the go look at my pictures.
All right, Jasmine. You look at my picture every day, though, but never mind.
Oh my gosh. If everyone can tap, tap, tap. We're just barely about to hit 120.
Around, my bad. I just been joking around with
Okay,
y'all. I'm gonna act right.
here comes
Sorry.
King. All right, King is back. So let's have King go ahead and chime in because I said we're going to address him. Like me, I invite people to the live. If somebody's talking about you, I invite you. I don't do like that weird Kaya girl does. Um, if everyone can tap, 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 we're almost there. King, you were dropped. You didn't get your spot back, but it's been about 15 minutes, so I will let wife mom address you. Go ahead, wife mom. You want to address him? Do not interrupt her. Wife mom, you can go ahead. Oh, you're breaking up badly. You're breaking up bad. No, I'm gonna come back to you. I'm gonna come back to you. June, I shared the lie about you because they were talking about you. Hazel was. Go ahead. Wife mom, I'll come back to you. Peaky, would you like to chime in?
Yeah, real quick, King. I told when you got dropped, it was my turn. I said I got you in check, and you gonna stay in line. And if you get out of line, I'm gonna pop your hand again. I said that bankroll that you was flexing. If you turn your camera on and flex that same knot, I'm willing to double it right now. If you gonna speak to me quick, cause I'm pulling up to the gym.
All right. If everyone can mute. Hazel, go ahead and say what you were saying about June baby. She's here.
We already know what's gonna happen when I start talking.
Go ahead. She's in the comments. Go ahead and say what you were gonna say.
Well, I was just reiterating what I said yesterday about being up in age and talking like a 16-year-old, cursing at people and things like that. We really don't see that from our elders in other races. And I think we need to start focusing on assets, what we're leaving our children, our family. Uh, if you're a great grandma, then we focus on that. But I think we need to focus on more productive things. If you have a house, that's great. That's one. But you need to get more. You need to work hard. You need to set an example for your children, not just sit around and try to get the gotcha moment online like a 16-year-old.
Hazel,
That,
and
that,
you
that
own
time
a
is
lot of
gone.
houses, correct?
Correct. So that
All right.
time is gone.
So Hazel,
So
you've been dropped. You own a lot of houses. Go ahead and save your spot. Stop getting dropped. Just save your spot. Since you own houses. If everyone can tap tap tap, we're at 120K. Let's get it to 140K. Again, Hazel, you have been dropped. Go ahead and save your spot, or anyone else can save his spot. Let's go to King. King, did you want to address Peaky before he goes in the gym?
Uh, to respond to who? Piki?
Peaky just said something to you. Yes. Why you keep acting lost every time I ask you that? He just clocked
um,
you.
Yeah, I'm not. Piki. He's saying the same rhetoric. I mean, we go on panels and do the same thing, the back and forth. Brother, we already went back and forth already. I don't have no malice towards you, and If you gonna stand on business like you said you was earlier in the panels before, do what you gotta do. I don't duck smoke, brother. You already know that. If wife mom wanted to say something to me, she could say it to
Oh,
me
you want
personally.
peace with Peaky now? Let's just make it clear so we'll know that going forward.
No, 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 no. I never. I mean, I never had smoke for him. He had smoke with me from day one. But like I said, I don't duck any smoke. If he wants to do anything, he can do and say whatever.
Did you not call
Uh,
him a pandering simp many times?
Well, yes, he also said that black men are lazy today, and he also
No,
said,
on several different one of my panels, you called
yes,
him
yes, yes.
a pimp, not a
Yeah,
pimp, a simp.
he's also a sellout. He also said that
So
that
how do
we're
you want peace
lazy.
with him and you didn't say nothing to him?
No, I'm saying it right now. I'm not ducking any smoke. He said that he provide he black men are lazy. They don't work a job. They don't do all these other things. But you're saying that as if not, you're not a black man yourself. So I'm just confused about the stuff that you're saying. If these men are lazy, doesn't that include you? So if we're lazy and we don't, get education and we do all these other stuff, I'm just confused. Where do you stand? I'm just lost on where you stand. That's my only issue with you. Are you for us or are you against the BLK man? I just want to know that
You cannot
sentiment.
ask a question. You did not cash
I'm
app your
sorry. I'm
question.
sorry. I'm sorry. I won't ask
No,
any
you
questions.
already asked it. You need to cash app it. Wife mom, are you ready to address King?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Go
Can
ahead. I
you
can
hear
hear
me?
you now. Yes.
Oh, okay. Um, Look, you came in here with my name in your mouth. You talked about me. You talked about my husband. And I gave you smoke for it. Now, if you can't handle the smoke, that's your business. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But you're going to get it from me, especially when you talk about my husband. I told you earlier, what you say about me don't mean nothing. But you're not going to disrespect my man and his grind and what he does for his family. I'm not playing that. And I don't know what you said because I was getting in the car with my 77-year-old mother and I didn't want her to hear how disrespectful, disgusting you are and how you speak to your elders. And I didn't want my elder to hear that. But whatever you said proves my point day in and day out. No emotional control. Get some help. I land.
King, you can respond if you would like.
Yeah, I mean, I said what I said about your husband because, like I said, you were up here. You're a 60-year-old woman calling the people the N word. That's number one. Number two, you lack any intelligence as you're an
I'm
older woman.
57,
That's
stupid.
six. That's 60. That's 60.
57.
That's 60 years old. And
That's not 60. See, that goes to show how uneducated you are. You need you need to add 3 to that to get to 60.
I do
Jesus.
because that's how old you are.
This is why we can argue with you.
Can I respond or you gonna just keep cutting me off? You triggered with your bald head? God, Lee. Let me finish my statement.
Because you're
King,
tired.
King, wait. Whose turn was it?
It was
You said
mine.
whose turn was it?
It was mine, and she ain't let me
Okay.
finish.
All right.
It's his, but he's
King,
stupid.
go ahead. Hold on, wife mom. We're gonna
Which
have to
which
come back to
stupid.
this. Wife mom, you're breaking up. King, I'm gonna have to have you hold that thought because wife mom should be able to respond, and she's obviously in a area that's not giving good
Can I
reception.
finish though? What I was saying?
No, that wouldn't be fair because she wouldn't be able to respond. Let's give
Oh,
her a
here we
couple of
go.
minutes to get to a better area. Let's go to well, Mr. Jimmy, you have red bars. Jojo, would you like to chime in
Staying out they beef, man. I want no smoke.
on anything?
One second, I'm walking to my whip. I'm gonna get out this fucking body shop.
Stop cursing. Dub, would you like to chime in on anything? King, you're not standing on business. You drop. You drop for no reason. King in his feelings today. Some were saying in the comments that he's really being emotional. Dub, would you like to chime in? Dub, are you there? All right. Anybody ready to stand on business? Go ahead and request up. I don't know. People are not standing on business. Y'all been standing on business pretty much throughout the morning. It's been 4 hours. I don't know if you guys only can stand on business for a few hours. So if anybody ready to come up and stand on business concerning the topic, go ahead and request up. For now, Mika, go ahead and chime in. Let's circle back to the topic.
Okay, if we're gonna go back to the topic, BLK men are lazy and can't provide. Let me say this. As I said before, I believe that BLK men have adapted a laziness and a stagnation about them. I believe that they are content with being normal. I believe that they are content with being average. They don't want to step out their comfort zone, a lot of them. And when they see other people, other nationalities doing that, they feel some kind of way. And when they see some BLK men in the community actually doing that, they feel some kind of way. So, I mean, I think that it is so sad that instead of a BLK man supporting, encouraging another BLK man to be better, to do better, they downgrade them. And they don't want to see the community improve or be better for those one, two, or three that are trying to make things happen. I mean, and I think that it's unfortunate that they want to be leaders, but they're not willing to follow instructions. And I land with that.
That was groundbreaking. I want to say thank you for all my mods that's been
I
here
disagree with
throughout the
that.
morning. Hold on, Jojo. Thanks for all my mods that's been here throughout the morning. You guys, go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube channel, Poetic Lady. I am going to be uploading more of these lives once I get some more subscribers. So definitely go ahead and subscribe. The link is in my bio. Thanks everyone for coming. Subscribe to this channel also. The goal is to get to 40 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Heart Me by my name. Today we talked about BOK men are too emotional. BOK men are lazy and can't provide. And we yet to get to BOK men marry plain Jane, then cheat with women with wigs and lashes. We will go ahead and continue that maybe tonight or tomorrow with the third prompt. You guys have a great night, a great day, great
Let
afternoon,
me
wherever you're
respond.
at in the world. I'm going to end the live now, you guys. I have to go. So I do appreciate your time. Definitely come back soon, next time I'm live. And thanks to all my mods once again. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great thanks to all my mods once again. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great day. As you're leaving, please tap Heart Me by my name, send money, pal pals, subscribe to the channel. Show some love as you go out, and y'all have a wonderful day. And men, if you're not weak and lazy, go ahead and stand on business today, wherever you're at. Be safe out there. Bye bye for now.